And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 56. I'm, of course, your Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat and by some music in the background. I do apologize that there's not much that I can really do about it. So it's fine. It's gonna be fine. So again, if you do hear some music in the background, I do apologize. And hopefully the VOD isn't muted. I'm a little bit concerned about the YouTube VOD and whether or not we get DMCA'd. I'm concerned mainly about that more than anything, but it'll be fine. It'll be copium. It'll be perfectly fine. As we're settling in and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Terran player from the land of Kazakhstan representing Hokago T Team. It is Replicant. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Italian Protoss, the blue Protoss player representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. Here we go. So again, I do apologize for any background noise. I was typing in the chat earlier. There's of course our neighbors are having some fun elsewhere, and because of that, there's really not much I can do. You know, there's like layers of bricks and like just, you know, space and a fence and all that stuff between us, but yeah, the music is quite loud, and I mean it's okay for me. I'm wearing headphones, but I do know the mic is a little bit more sensitive to that, so yeah, just as a heads up. But regardless, we're diving in, we're settling into our game. Meanwhile, a big shout out in the chat. Oh my god, Papi, thank you so much to Laser Charles. God, thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support here. Again, anything that we do make on the channel goes back into the channel as well. Fun fact, it's thanks to the money that we earn here on the channel that we're able to host and fund the CranKy Ducklings. Oh, sorry, the CranKy Ducklings. Sparkling Tuna Cup. Sorry, a little bit distracted. The Sparkling Tuna Cup. This tournament is funded by our Patreon and, of course, supplemented with our own money as well if we ever don't make our goals on Patreon. And yeah, it's all there if you wish to support even further. Otherwise, thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, and I hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we're settling in to our first matchup into our TVP. For now, we're settling in. It's going to be a Gate Cyber Expanse, and they're here out of Azura. Meanwhile, Replicant across the map, going for a double gas opener into a faster factory. So something a little bit more tech-heavy, something a little bit more aggressive from our Terran player, and we'll see where this leads us. So with this opener for the Terran, this can go into a Widowmine drop, can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, or it can go into what we're seeing here. We're going into a Cyclone. Interesting. So it's going to be Reactor into our initial Cyclone production. Meanwhile, across the map, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener. Can't even hear the music. Let's go. Hopefully it stays that way. I did up the threshold of the mic just to be sure, just to be certain. But now we're settling in. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener. Should be towards Blink. Meanwhile, just caught up in the chat. Cristiano not making it here. Nightmare have a budding rivalry. They do. I would have loved to have seen Cristiano and Nightmare potentially have a rematch. Potentially they'll have a rematch, but alas, there's no Cristiano, not this week at least. But it's okay, we have plenty of other players. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's get a feel for the kind of caliber of play that we're going to be seeing here tonight. Until then, we're settling in. Again, it's going to be Blink as our tech of choice. We have our initial 2-gate opener, so it's going to be 2-gate Blink into what looks to be a third base for Azura. Meanwhile, Replicant does arrive here on the front lines with our initial Cyclone. It was a double Cyclone opener into a medevac into some drop plays. So a bit of a more, I mean, we mentioned before there was going to be an aggressive opener. We're going for a Cyclone, what looks to be a Cyclone drop into a Marine push as well. We have quite a bit to work with here. We could just move out with the Cyclones and leave the Marines back at home. We'll see what is loaded into the medevac. Yeah, the Marines. Let's go. We're moving out with the Marines. Cyclones already across the map as well. The goal here is to go for the pylon, is to go for some of this production. Again, this is our Hostess pylon, keeping the tech up and running, keep the upgrade on the way. We'll see if we can dive on it. I hope you get DMCA'd. Eva. Eva, go eat some tomatoes, but go eat them. So now we do poke away at the front door. Shubari is going to be focused down. Stalkers have arrived, and we're going to be able to focus on at least some of the Marines. We step on forward, or we push on forward, I should say. We focus on one Stalker so far. Can we get another? We can! 3 Stalkers for 1 medevac, but we keep on pushing. The Cyclones are still up and running. They are untouched. Yeah, so far so good for Replicant. 2 Stalkers left, but we are juggling quite well. We keep them alive. Alas, probes are falling left and right. We don't have WCS Game Heart, but alas, we can count. Damage is being done as we get another and another Stalker. Oh my god, down to 1 Stalker remaining. These Cyclones have done so much. They've done too much. Every Stalker does go down. We do have a Desperation Warp in. We will clean this up. But by the time we do, we lost so much in the process. Looking at the Unisol stab here, that was 7 Stalkers and 7 probes. That's an insane amount of damage, bearing in mind that was for 2 Cyclones and a handful of Marines. That was crazy. Very efficient trade here by Replicant. Back at home, he's just building up on 2 bases, getting into his tank production, into our 3-1-1 setup. Things are looking strong here. Things looking good for Replicant and Azura. The pressure is on. The pressure is on to counterattack, but we don't really have an army. We have 4 Stalkers. I mean, that is enough to harass. Like, we can dip into the main and go for SCV kills. I mean, we have to. At this point, we have to go for what little we can, whatever we can. We have to go for some economic damage. Ay, ay, ay. And here we go. We dive into the main base. And we're getting some SCVs. We get 2 so far. We get 3. 3 SCVs, 4 SCVs go down. Drop will escape. There's no punish. Stim still on the way. Behind this, we're trying to settle into our Bay production. We have our Bay, we have Immortal production to Colossus. Azura is attempting to stabilize, but I would still give the edge to Replicant. Killing some SCVs was good, but we need more damage. We're going for the tank. Oh my god. Calm down, Azura. Calm down. Going for the tank doesn't quite commit. Azura will back up. Likewise, Stalkers hitting the front lines. Just barely out of range of the tank. We can threaten the depot. Go down the auto turret. We have the repair. We keep the depot alive. Replicant is repositioning. Ooh. Get a big tank volley off. So far, so good. Replicant minimizing his losses, going for a 3rd CC, not going for a 2-base all-in follow-up, just building himself up overall. Getting into a triple tank count here. Going to establish his 3rd base. Meanwhile, Azura still recovering, working towards the splash damage. Dropping back into the natural. Not bad. Drops back in. Threatens the mineral line. Forces out a Stim. Stim is done. Bear that in mind. Stim has completed, and Replicant is being quite cavalier here. We're moving out heavily all the way across the map. Calm down. Well, we're reinforcing. We are reinforcing. We're sending everything we have. We have 2 tanks here on the front lines, hoping to catch any stray units at the same time. Ooh, looks like we had some auto tower harass in the main. Not finding too much damage. As Raven does rotate back around. Tank volley's going off, and Replicant is pushing forward. Azura is in trouble. And we're still trying to recover from the earlier damage, from the early game damage even. Tanks rotating around. Looking to threaten the natural. A charge not quite done. Disruptors on the way. Let's go. And the tank within range of the Forge. Forge under fire. Raven still keeping us sort of busy in the main. Forge will go down. And can we drag the arm within range of the tanks? We can! Well, big tank volleys going off on the Colossus. We have a shield battery. We have an overcharge. We hold on to it, and we're going to be able to hold the line. But, ooh, that's a lot of damage. 2 Stalkers go down. These tanks doing so well for themselves here in the back line. Getting so much value at the same time we do get across the map. Again, so important for Azura to get some damage done. But these are slow lots. Ugh. Yeah, they don't get much done here. There's not much that they can do. And Replicant, he just keeps on dropping. Hits the natural once again. Azura trying to keep up. We have the Disruptor. We have a Nova. Nova goes off. It doesn't connect. No major connection. We're going for the Nexus itself. And we may be able to focus it down. Yeah, we can. Overcharge, not good enough. Nexus falls. We will be able to break this location. We shut down the tanks finally, but it costs us a base. We're down to 2 base economy. We have a 4th on the way, which will help. But Replicant is very much so in the driver's seat, and you can see that reflected in the supplies. The soup is not lying. Not this time. It's not lying this time, Papi, as we are just building up. We have a, what, 50 supply lead. Disruptors are good, and a Nova, a juicy connection could help us recover, but we need more than one connection. It's a problem. We need more than one Nova. As Replicant is rotating around, we still have the double drop, sorry, we have the Doom drop towards the left, we have the main army towards the right. Pushing in. Azura will catch reinforcements. The drop will commit. A little bit adventurous here. Replicant does manage to break through into the natural. Likewise, that's a kill on the 4th Nexus. And there's just not enough Protoss here. We can just kite back against the Zealots. There's only 3 Stalkers. Yeah, we kite well. And GG gets called. We pull Azura apart, and Replicants will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A solid game 1 there out of Replicants. And Azura just having a really rough start to the game. Just asking for game heart. Just quickly asking the players for game heart. But GG, well played. Really impressive stuff there out of Replicant. I mean, it honestly came down to the first push. The initial double Cyclone push or pressure got so much done. 7 probes and 7 Stalkers. It just gave Replicant so much control and so much momentum early on. And Azura just could not recover from that, or attempted to, but wasn't able to in the end. We got like 4 SCV kills across the map with some Stalker harass with the War Prison, which was okay, but we needed more. Did need more done, and in the end, GG. GG, well played. Replicant takes the lead in the series, and we're getting ready for game number 2. If you're maybe unfamiliar with some of these players, Replicant has also been a bit of an up-and-comer here. I mean, I say that Azura's been around for a while. Azura's been around for a long time. I'm kind of in the middle of the pack. Replicant, I feel like, has been a little bit more on the rise as of late. I've seen them improving and getting better and better results. I'm really excited to see some more Replicant here in our tournaments, and we'll see how far they can go. We'll see how they can compare. I'm ready. I'm excited. Here we go. I do think that both these players are quite comparable in skill. Azura and Replicant, I mean. Do think they're quite comparable, but we'll see. We shall see. Here we go. As we have our lobby and we're getting into that second game. I'm hoping for a back and forth, but it's not on me. It's up to our players. It's up to our players. I hope everyone's been enjoying themselves. I saw a bit of a chat about EWC, and yeah, EWC has been going for some time. Oh, we went over the qualifiers, and I think the closed qualifier started yesterday. I'll be honest, I was asleep. I was asleep during the closed qualifier. I'll try and stay up for it here tonight, but no promises. My sleep schedule is more or less back to normal, which means I should be going to bed like in 5 hours. But it's fine. We're settling into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta. We have our Italian Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Azura. Oh, the exports. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Terran player from the land of Kazakhstan representing Hokago T-Team. It is Replicant. With the anime panties. I'm shaking my head. That's been the logo of Hokago T-Team since, I think, its inception, way back in the day, for many, many years. They are a clan of weeaboos even. Similar to Weibo Gaming. Kappa. Shaking my head, every single time. But we're settling in. And we'll see if Azura can bounce back. I mean, I'm sure he can, but I'm curious how he's going to adjust and how he's going to respond. When it came to the previous game, we had a decent set of winding it back. Remember, Azura had, I want to say, 4 Stalkers, had a shield battery, had Nova Charge. Alas, the shield battery was focused on immediately. More importantly, Azura wasn't able to really slow down the initial push until it was already in his face. Wasn't able to engage ahead of time, and that did allow Replicant to have that much more momentum early on. see if that continues to be the case. Until then, it is just going to be a Rax Expand. This time, an economic opener out of Replicant, which makes sense. But there's a curious, we're loading into Side Delta, a map that is a lot larger and a lot safer. It's known for its more economic openers, a little bit less so for its aggressive plays. And yeah, as a result, here we go. We're going for something more economic. Azura will be able to calm down and settle into the mid-game a lot easier, I should say. Like, we're not rushing into Cyclone production again or rushing into Medevac. We're calming things down. So Azura should have a bit of an easier time early on, and we'll see if we embrace Blink Stalkers again. The answer is no, we're going for a Stargate. Okay, Stargate opener out of Azura is spotted by the Reaper. Replicant is aware, and this should be for Phoenixes, or we could try to go Oracle. We'll keep an eye on Azura. Should be the beginnings of Phoenix into Colossus. We spoke earlier about how this map is known for its more economic and longer games just because of the rush distance by ground. And oh my god, we knock ourselves in! Replicant, Bappy. We do knock ourselves back in and we get behind the mineral line going for the probes. Workers will survive. We get one probe kill in the main. We rotate over towards the low ground and we don't get eyes on the tech. That is a Twilight Council, by the way. A hidden Twilight Council at that. So it looks like this should be for... Actually, we're still making Phoenixes. I was going to say that because the fast Twilight Council, this could be Blink and we could go into Oracle first, but no. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. We cancel the Phoenix and we're going into Charge. Interesting. We're rushing into Charge very quickly here from the side of Azura. And as a reminder, this tech structure was not scouted. This was not seen by Replicant. This is going to be a massive surprise. And I imagine we're going to be going for a very crisp, very powerful charge timing here. Gateways are on the way, and Replicant is going to be in some trouble if we don't get eyes on this. Now, we can see that Replicant is going for a 3-1-1 setup, but it was a starport initially. So, 1-1-1 to the rest of our Raxes. So, everything's still looking quite normal. Interesting. Going for the Viking first makes sense just because we scouted the Stargate, so it looks like Phoenixes. Hallucination does bait out the mine shot. Real Phoenix staying back at home. We are looking to take a third base, but we should be staying on a low gas count. As the gateways are finishing up, it's going to be 4 gates in total so far. But it looks like we're not quite going to be committing here. It looks like we will expand and go for a longer game. Okay. Okay. Likewise, Azura moving out with his Adepts is going to be threatening that natural. It is cancelled. Behind us, we do have a Robo follow-up. Should be towards Colossus, but I'm curious. I think what's most interesting to me, as the initial Adept, barely does escape. Oh, and it's going to be hunted down, potentially. But what's interesting to me is that, sure, we have Charge, and we are warping in Zealots, but we're also taking a third base. Like, we didn't go for, like, a big, like, 6-gateway explosion into a 2-base all-in. Charge is done, but we're not really making use of it. We're just banking up our Zealots for now, and... likewise, because of that, it's been a little bit of a waste. Like, as in, we could have gone for a faster Forge into +1, maybe faster third base. We do have to make use of these Zealots, and we'll see if we can. Zealots are moving out. Back at home, Replicant is being active, bearing in mind that the Terran player still doesn't really know what he's walking into. Still has not spotted all these Zealots. And can we catch out the army? We can! Up! Yeah, we collapse onto the Marines on the Marauders, but very nice positioning out of Replicant. He does wedge himself here and reduce so much service area. Oh my god, this position is brutal! The Zealots, they do nothing! Yeah, the natural choke point here is insane, and the Zealots, they do nothing against the army. And now I'm concerned. Now we're reaching a moment where we have 0-0 upgrades here for Azura. Forge just now on the way. These Zealots, they did need to do some damage, and this is just not good enough. What did we get? We got 1 Marine. 1 Marine and 2 Marauders for 4 Phoenixes. We reset the Phoenix count. The Zealots, once again, they just cannot engage. Mindshot goes off, taking down a Phoenix. Another. And sure, we're working towards Colossus and working towards eventually upgrades, but Replicant, he's going to hit his stride first. Is going to hit his stride. You got a DJ in your way to watching. No. No, back it up. My sleep schedule's finally on point. Finally recovered after Home Story Cup, is what I should say. And EWC. As Replicant is moving out, so we're pulling the ball. Oh my god, I mean, this is smart, to be honest. Replicant knows he's ahead, he knows that he has the advantage, so may as well pull the boys and just end it here and now. Azura back at home, what do we have? We have one Colossus. The second Colossus is halfway done. Shield Battery is about to finish up, but here comes the main army. At the same time, Zella counterattack Luna catch reinforcements. What do we have? We have one Colossus, we have a handful of force fields, but not enough to force field the ramp, I don't think. And here come the SCVs! And we get the one force field overcharge is popped. Does help. But the mine shots are insane. With clean up the zones, we collapse on top of the army, and there's nothing left. There's one Colossus. The boys are being pulled into a meat grinder. And we drop on top of the Colossus as well, zoning it back. Nice moves here by Replicants. We knock down the third base. At the same time, we're losing the reinforcements are getting caught out. That's fine. That's a kill on the third. And we need to get the Colossus. It does recall. Colossus does recall over. We are up to 2 Colossus. We have to keep going. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Replicants. But he sims in, and yeah, we collapse on the Colossus. The first one goes down, the second one as well. And the Terran player has done it. Replicant GG gets called. Replicants will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, I don't know if you can hear the music in the background, but regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to Replicant, as it does take the series in a very, very convincing fashion. Again, Replicant able to get an early advantage in game 1, which snowballed into, of course, into his aggression, into a win. In game number 2 is kind of the opposite. In game number 2, it was Replicant being the defender. It was Azura being hyper aggressive early on with that charged timing, and we did take note that nothing was done with that charged timing. Unfortunately, we were active with it, but we did not get enough damage, and as a result, Replicant snowballed out of control, was so crisp to counterattack. Again, was a very wise move to pull the boys at that moment, just because there was a window where Azura was vulnerable. Just pull the boys, send it. The killer instinct was real, and Replicant does take the series, advances on to the quarterfinals. GG, well played. And this is a good moment for us to take a moment to have a look at the bracket and figure out where we are, figure out where we want to go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Here we go. From the top, we have some results. We have Nightmare. Nightmare, of course, the reigning champion, is here in the upper half of the bracket, going up against Debath in the round of 16, and the winner of that goes up against Replicant. Replicant, of course, waiting in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have Nikic versus Tortuga. Nikic versus Tortuga. Winner goes up against Shameless in the next round. Shameless, of course, a very young Protoss player, is waiting for the winner of that series. Should be Nikic versus Shameless. That looks like an amazing quarterfinals match. I look forward to it. Scrolling down, we have Geralt waiting for Papa Panda and Cholet. Winner goes up against GG Machine. Scrolling down, we have Nickrat getting a walkover over Abathor, and is waiting for the winner of Eba and Taruviel. Okay, so the bracket is getting underway. The bracket, oh, I should scroll down a little bit. But yeah, the bracket is getting underway. And there's no easy series for us to jump into. We could wait for Nightmare and Debath to go into Replicant in the next round. We could wait for Nikic to finish up. We could wait for Geralt. We could wait for Eba. Yeah, more than anything, it looks like we're just waiting for some matches to wrap up, and then we can jump in. But it looks like we might have some. Oh. We may have a series. It's a little bit disjointed. Where we at? Okay. So Eba just came out of game, and Nikic just came out of game. Oh god. Hold on. What's going on? Okay, we're jumping in mid-series. Oh my god, I have very little time to respond, very little time to set up. We're jumping into Eba versus Ruville. Taravale? Taravale? I'm having a hard time. We're jumping in mid-series, and they're in the ace match. They're in the ace match. Winner goes up against Nicaract. So, we'll be jumping onto this as quickly as possible. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our blue Protoss player. Blue Protoss, currently teamless. It is to reveal. There we go. You know what? I've got to call him Taru. And in the top left-hand corner, we have our red Zerg, representing the Platinum Heroes from land of the UK, from land of England. It is Eva. I still don't know if I meant to say like the UK, like the United Kingdom, or England, or Britain. I don't. It's just it's all the same. It's just all the same to me. I don't know. That's why it's just easier calling him the pink Polish Protoss player. Always easier. Eba is, of course, off-racing a Zerg. Kappa. Meanwhile, to reveal is moving out, going for a probe scout. Or a probe scout across the map. Looks like it was a 14 hatch. No, sorry, 15. Okay, 15 hatch opener. Very safe play here out of Eba. Is opening up. Oh, my apologies. And we're tied up 1-1. We're tied up 1-1. We're in the ace match. Regardless of how this goes, the series is about to end. It all ends here. It all ends on Golden Aura. See. Oh, he's not replicant. He's replican. True. I love that. True. We are selling in. Now, unfortunately, we didn't really know what happened in game 1 or game 2. All that I do know is that Eba did say that he was clowning a little bit. He's like, Papi, I need to stop clowning. And I'm like, you do. What did you do? He said, let's just say I pulled a Mia Micah. What does that mean? Does that mean he played 2-base Hydra? Potentially. Eba may have been trying to whip out the 2-base Hydra, didn't work out quite well, and was punished for it, and now we're settling in. Now we're just going to be settling down. It is going to be a Stargate opener out of Taru. To reveal? Yeah. That's going to be a Stargate opener. This is going to be, I imagine, leading into Oracle play, into a Void Rays. I'm unfamiliar with him as a player. I don't even actually know where they're from. Unfortunately. Hold on. Do I have the information? I do. Okay. So yeah, I'm still a little bit unfamiliar, but we're going to be settling in, and I'm more than happy to be introduced to reveal. More than happy. Till then, going to be spreading creep, probing up, droning up even. Oh, and it's not going to be an Oracle, it's going to be a Void Ray opener instead. Okay, we're going to be opening up with a Void Ray. With this, we can shut down and hunt down all of these Overlords. We can deny vision, deny scouting, and of course, go into some hidden tech, or even just a standard game. That's the scary thing about a Void Ray opener. You don't know. As a Zerg player, you would not know whether it's standard or not, whether it's Sky Toss, whether it's Glaive Adepts, whether it's a standard game, whether it's Charge. So we'll see what to reveal does embrace as we're hunting those Overlords down. Anyway, from the side of Eba, we're just droning. We're just droning up, droning, making queens, spreading our creep, getting a third base. Everything's looking as it should here from Eba. It was a very safe opener initially, going for the 15-15. The opener specifically does mean that we... Oh, let's go. Does mean that our gases were delayed, but this is what I spoke about. The Void Ray opener means you can do anything behind it, and what's it going to be? Looking at the vision, Eva has no idea. It is a fleet beacon. We are rushing into Sky Toss. This was one of the many options. You know, we've seen Void Ray into Glaze, Void Ray into +1 Blink, into Charge. Void Ray into Sky Toss is also another option. And the problem is that Eva is losing Overlords. Eva is forced to pull back, and Eva is in the dark. Eva is in the dark. And we'll see how he responds. Now, there are some tells. There are some clues. If Eva is active with Lings, and if the Protoss goes into +1 air attack, for example, then we could try to scout this. We could try to come across this. Likewise, if we recognize that we're lacking Warp-ins and lacking Gateway units, we can try to piece it together as well. Outside of that, Eva is just stuck at home droning and going to be relying on an Overseer scout once the lair is done. Until then, Eva's unaware. Eva is unawares. Setting out some Lings across the map. Third base is being taken. And the third is going to be spotted at least. Eva is aware. Is where the expansion, fanning out more Lings. Roach production has begun, but it looks like only a handful of roaches just to be safe. Basically what Eva's doing here, especially if we cut roaches at 10, is if it was Glaive at Eps, we'd be safe against it. Yeah, you can even see here, Eva is in position to wall off. This is a blind counter to a Glaive at Ep build. I don't know what happened earlier, but if Eva was going 2-base Hydra, then Glaives would have killed him, and it's possible that that happened earlier this series, because again, we're really paranoid. That's why the drone is here to wall off, and that's why we have all these roaches. And because of this, because Eva preemptively made all these roaches, this means that his economy is delayed, he's going to be a little bit later to drone up. We know, of course, that there's nothing for the roaches to do, that there's no reason to have them. So Eva playing very safe, essentially. Very safe play. And the downside is that if you're playing safe, then you're putting yourself behind if it's, you know, not an aggressive build. And the carriers have been revealed. The Sky Toss is shown. Spire gets thrown down immediately. We need Queens, we need Spore Crawlers, we need the Spire. We need anti-air. At the same time, I'm loving this counterattack. Again, Eva, he invested into all these roaches. They were useless until now. Now we can counterattack. And we can make use of them. We can hit the third. So Eva's going for a big counterattack at the same time. Carriers, they dive into the main, but we have so many queens. We have 8 queens in the main. We're ready for this. We have plenty of transfuse. And the carriers, they even fly a little bit too close to the sun here, taking a lot of hits, taking some hull damage. They have to back off. At the same time, we have 1 carrier to defend, but these roaches, they can get damage done. They focus down the adepts. They force a recall. And carriers, they get recalled back home. Boys are being pulled away. I'm liking the pull out here from to reveal. Does pull away, bleeds out 4 probes, but preserves his workers. Does preserve his workers, does warp in to fully wall up, and does buy time. And so far these roaches, they've gotten 5 probe kills. Oh, only 5. 5 probes for 17 roaches. Sorry, 7 probes for 17 roaches. So much better trade here for the Protoss, but the plus side is that Eva did force the army to back off. You know, Eva back at home, he's able to maintain his economy, able to maintain his worker count. Corruptor's now on the way. He got away with the Spire. Eva has defended. The game will go on. And sure, we have all these carriers, but the first push had to get damage done, and because it didn't, I mean, now Eva has map control. Like, the carriers, they're stuck at home. If they ever move out, we have 14 Corruptors to punish them. Oh, we're moving out. Oh god. I'm concerned for to reveal here. We are moving out. We have 4 carriers and 1 Void Ray. With the amount of Corruptors that we have, we're going to shut this down. Yeah, Corruptors are already here. They focus on the Prism. They can focus on the Void Ray. And Ceruvial is still pushing in. Uh-oh. We're still pushing in. The Zealots are going to get annihilated, and we have to back the hell off. We have to get out of here. We can't stick around. Corruptors, they go for the dive. GG gets called, and Eva will take the series 2-1. We'll advance on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Eva as he does claim the series. My condolences to Reveal. I mean, not a bad performance nonetheless. Went all the way to the ace match, and I can definitely see that kind kind of build that playstyle, catching Zerg players off guard. But Eba did buy time for the Corruptors, and with that was looking quite comfortable, quite safe, quite sound. GG. GG. I'm asking Ema, did you go 2 base Hydra previously into Glaive Adept? With the... I'm messaging Ema. That's like... I'm gonna show this. It's fine. It's fine. I'm like, did you play? You can barely see it. I asked him, did you play 2 base Hydra previously into Glaive Adept? He said yes. I'm like, your opener screamed it. With the early roaches and the drone. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. So now we do know what happened before. You could feel it. You could feel it. But GG, well played. Ema does take the series, and Ema advances on the face-off against Nicaract in the next round. Let's go. Here we go. We have a ZVT before us, and I do look forward to it. It's going to be a bit of a team kill, as both Nicaract and Eba are on the Platinum Heroes, and I am ready to embrace it. I'm ready. Meanwhile, do we have any other updates? I don't really see too many here. We do have, I believe, Nickage versus Shameless. Nickage vs. Shameless is currently ongoing. And we have our own series as well. We have our own TVZ. Outside of that, not many updates really to report. So the bracket is slowly progressing. Slowly. So just catching up. Didn't see Shameless playing in the open qualifiers. I don't know if Shameless is old enough to play the open qualifiers. I know there's an age limit, or there's an age requirement. As a heads up. Who are you? I mean, well, it looks like the Vitas are done. We're jumping in. Alright, jumping in. Didn't look like a GG to me. I mean, all the carriers, if you're referring to the last game that we just saw, all the carriers were going to die, and there was nothing else. Unfortunately, when you're rushing into Skytoss like that, you do need to build up, and you do need to snowball. If you bleed out your carriers and every carrier was about to die, then that's game. Like that's your entire army that you were building up over the course of the game. But we're settling into our fresh series, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And sporting in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. Let's go. We Go, love the emotes. Do love the sprays. As Nickrat is opening up aggressively. Okay, it's gonna be a double. It's gonna be a 2x opener, 2x Reaper here out of Nickrat. The way this works is we're gonna be making an abundance of Reapers early on, moving out across the map and containing Eba here on 2 bases. If we're lucky, if we're able to somehow find the opportunity, we can maybe get some drone kills, maybe catch a queen. But more than anything, this should just be to delay the third and to contain. Reapers are now on the way. This is not an all-in. We will be expanding behind this. Meanwhile, from the side of Eba, I believe it was a standard opener. Yep, hatch gas pool. So hatch gas pool opener here out of Eba. Everything looking as it should. It's on Eba to react, to respond, and to minimize his losses. Ooh, I do have to remove that. My apologies. This is not the KSL. I will remove the logos mod after this game. So I do apologize. I didn't notice it until now. Feels bad, man. But I will replace. This logo will be replaced with the tuna. Don't you worry. The tuna's coming. It's coming back. As Reapers are moving out. CC now on the way. And the Overlord does confirm. Eba does confirm the 2x Reaper. With this, we do need to prioritize link speed. Thankfully, we have the gas for it. Link speed should be on the way momentarily. Reaper dancing with the lings. Is poking in. But so far, Eba not losing anything major. Drone is under fire. Oh no! Oh, one drone goes down. Massive pickoff. Again, we should not be losing any workers, but Eba has been able to throw down the third. Okay, the third base is on the way, and now it's on Nickrat to force a cancel. We could opt to make a second wave of Reapers, but nah, it's too late. We already have the reactor on the way. And it's going to be close, but Eba might be able to save this. It's going to be close. Hatchery's getting low, the queen's there, they're getting within range, the lings are coming in as well, and Eba will save the third. Again, it's only 3 Reapers. I say that, 4th Reaper does arrive. So you have some more DPS to work with. Nice control, Nickrat pulls away. Does pull away in time. But the hatchery will finish. Hatchery will complete, and even though Eba lost the drone, because we actually got our third base up and running, it's better for Eba. Like, remember, the purpose of this build was to delay the third, and we weren't able to do so. We were unsuccessful. I mean, ideally, Nickrat would have checked the third base, found the drone, and shut it down ahead of time. Alas, that didn't occur. And now Eba's able to be in a pretty good position. We have our third base on time. We have some good saturation. Nickrat going for the dive. He's looking a little bit desperate. He gets one more drone. He gets 2 more drones. Very important here, bearing in mind that because we didn't deny the third base, we need some economic damage. We get 2 worker kills, and oh, we almost get 3. Up! Oh, we barely do. 3 drones. That's 4 in total. Not bad. Not bad at all. Nickrat, he is recovering. And back at home, we're following this up with a 3cc 2-1-1. Third CC is on the way, and we're getting into our 2-1-1 setup. Basically, we're building up towards a stim timing. Stim is almost halfway done. We should be going for an add-on swap here with the starport to get into medevac production. Medevacs are going to be on the horizon here for Nickrat. And we'll see if Eba can be ready for this. We're going for a safety Baneling Nest. With this Baneling Nest, we're going to be safe against like a Hellbat push or an earlier stim timing as well. It's just a really safe way to open up here by Eba. A lot of players would throw down their Evo chambers instead or rush into a lair. But Eba just playing it out safe. And we'll see what Nickrat can get done with this. There we go, the medevacs have arrived. First overlord gets shut down. The Overlord does confirm the move outs. Eba is aware. And you can see Eba massing up lings. We have 16 lings in production. Queens are moving forward. And Nickrat splits up his army. Interesting. We have Reapers poised to go into the natural. The Bio army pushing in towards the third. We go for the scan. We throw up some creep. We do not get the Overlord. Ooh, I'll pick up. At the same time, Reapers dive in. They go for the mineral line. Drones are going down. And we get 2 workers already. 3 even. 3 drones. We bust into the main. And at the same time, the double drop hits the 4th. Eba, can we keep up? The base is getting low, and we're going to force a cancel. Ooh, just in time. Did force a cancel. We shut down the Lings. We're going for the Queens. They're off of creep. They can't transfuse. They cannot transfuse. 1, 2, 3. All the Queens are going to go down one after the other. We got one transfuse towards the end. We save 1 Queen, but we lost 4. Aye. That was 4 Queen kills, 9 drones, 19 Lings for 8 Marines. And we're not done. We're reinforcing. And because the Queen count got knocked down, I mean, now we have 1 Queen left. That means we can almost for sure deny this hatchery. It's going to be so impressive if Eba can somehow save this base. As Nikrak does stim in. Yeah, she can shut down the Lings. And he may not even just get the base, he could just go for the kill. Eba barely has anything left. Bailings are waddling in, but they're slow Banes. They can be focused down. GG gets called. We don't just get the 4th, we get the game, and Nikrak takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Just too much damage too quickly there. Nikrak catching 4 Queens was insane. The Queens are the backbone of your army, especially in the early to mid game in a ZVT. You need your Queens to support your Ling Bane. Without your Queens, again, you have no support. You have nothing to really stand up on, and we saw Eba crumble there with just purely Lings and slow Banelings to work with. So things very quickly escalated out of control. And we're jumping right into game number 2. I don't think I'm going to be able to remove the logos mod in time. But I will try to add it for the next series. Here we go. Shameless is 18. I also checked. Oh yeah, it was wasn't it Shameless's birthday recently? Am I crazy? Was it recent? May, that's it. Was back in May. I remember. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our Red Terran player. Leading the series 1-0, representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Nikrak. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes, as they are teammates going for a 15 hatch opener. It is Eba. Yeah, let's go. It's going to be a hatch gas pool. Sorry, I should say 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. We should be going for another cancel. There we go. Going for a 15-15. Very safe opener here. This does mean that link speed is going to be late. So our gases are going to be delayed with this build from Eba. But the upside here is faster Queens, faster mineral droning, of course, to be able to saturate the natural. Access to faster Lings. Just very safe. Very safe play, and it makes sense because he's up against 2x Reaper. Once again, 2x Reaper. I say it makes sense. This was, I think, 2 weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago we casted Nikrak versus Eba in this very tournament on this very map. And fun fact, Eba went for a standard opener and he got 2x'd. He got 2x Reapered, and I remember Eba being very frustrated. He's like, what an animal. He 2x Reapered me on this map of all maps, and Eba was really caught off guard. That was 2 weeks ago. Same scenario, and now Eba plays safe. Eba plays safe instead, so he should be okay against this. Should be. We'll see. As Nikrak is going to be embracing these initial Reapers. As we mentioned before, the goal here is to contain, but on a map as small as Post Youth, we may opt to just be more aggressive and just commit in and go for drone kills. Overlord does check the ramp initially. That's why we have these second racks hidden towards the left-hand side. Nikrak diving in. Is going to be diving in towards the main base. The drone's under fire. The first worker, can it go down? Ooh, barely do morph in the Spore Crawler. Do morph in the first Spore. And the second, and oh, not the third. One drone goes down. Good start for Nikrak. Gets a worker, no third base. Bearing in mind, though, that our 2-base setup here is a lot more advantageous on a map like Post Youth with that hybrid base with the gold minerals. That is applicable to both players. Here we go. Third Reaper has arrived. Dipping in. Oh. Looking for a way in so far. Eva holds the line. Remember, we have our earlier queens. And into a fast roach one. My apologies. I did miss that. Roaches are on the way. Eva committing quite hard here. We have 5 roaches in production. Back at home, Nickrat going for a 3cc follow-up. 3cc 211. It looks like Eva wants to try to punish this. And I believe Nickrat has not spotted the roaches. Not yet. Not yet, as Eva does move out. And does reveal himself. Nickrat's aware, he's pulling back. And Eva, we need to make use of these roaches. Again, Posu does have the shortest, or is the shortest rush distance map by ground. Does have the shortest rush distance. Roaches are waddling across. Behind this, Eva's droning. But so far, yeah, the roaches are not going to get much done. Looks like we're just going to park our roaches on top of the ramp. And Nickrat did throw down the bunker. It is playing it safe, but doesn't need it, as Eva doesn't commit. We see Nickrat reacting quite hard, actually, going into Concussive Shell. Interesting. So, because of this upgrade, because of this reaction out of Nickrat, this is going to be delaying the 2-on-1. So, if you remember, usually we would be working towards a reactor into an add-on swap with Stim, but Stim is delayed, the add-on swap isn't there, medevac production is going to be delayed as well, all because of the roaches. Nickrat, upon seeing the roaches, marauders and tanks, right? He's reacting quite hard to this. So this is going to mean that Eva is going to have a bit of a safer follow-up here. He can get his third, get it saturated, and macro up. So far, Eva doing a great job at just forcing a reaction out of Nickrat. Meanwhile, we dive into the main. We get 1 drone. We get 2 drones. We're going to get 3. Ooh, barely not. Ooh. 2 drone kills. Nickrat gets the hell out of there. Eva's working towards a lair. Again, still droning. Saturating his bases. And I do want to give the edge to Eva. I do think that Eva's in a better position than what we saw in the previous game. He's getting his economy going. There's no really big aggression anytime soon. Sure, Stim is almost done, but we're building up towards 1-1. And again, Nickrat has minimal medevacs to work with. Or no medevacs to work with. So it's going to take a little bit longer before Nickrat can really be active on the field. Active on the map. As a result, Eva can join up a little bit harder, but no, we're actually not fully saturating. We saturate the third, but not the natural. We're actually making a lot of lings and roaches. And we're investing quite heavily here into the Roach Ravager. Squeezing out a couple of drones here and there. And now droning. But it looks like Eva's just playing very safe. A very safe play here at Eva. But this does mean that Eva's economy is not ideal. Infestation Pit can give us access to faster infestors for fungal growths. It's a really good supportive unit, also allows us to get into Hive Tech. But yeah, because Eva delayed his own economy, he doesn't have the advantage that I was at least hoping for. Eva's into the main, we get 1 drone. Ooh, 2 drones. Honestly, really good use of these Reapers. At the same time, here comes Stim! And here comes the double drop, and we force a cancel the goal base. We deny the 4th. Shaving off Lings, getting a Ravager. Very nice Wiggles here out of Nickrat. Very nicely done. The trades are looking good for the Terran. 4th CC. We are just building up. And Eva is not getting into Infestors, we're rushing into a Hive. Bold move. Oh, I'm doing both, actually. ¿Por qué no los dos? ¿Por qué no los dos, papi? We have 3 Infestors and a Hive on the way. Now, the Infestors do allow Eva to take some better trades. Even if he's down in army supply, or even in army supply, he can still fight back. Ooh. Not like this, though. We bleed off 3 Ravagers. Ravagers go down. Eva, he's in trouble. Yeah, we can just stim forward. And without any fungal growth, there's nothing to stop Nickrat. He can stim and he can win. The vials, they do not connect. And Nickrat, he smells blood in the water. Here comes the first fungal. The miles up. Ooh, big connections. The fungal's coming out just in time. And is it enough? It looks like it barely is. Nickrat will hold. Yeah, we shut down the push. Again, if it wasn't for the fungal growths, Nickrat would have won then and there. It would have been over. Eva barely holds on. Overextending a little bit here. It's going to bleed out all these roaches and ravagers. Yeah, this is a big overextension. We're going to bleed out everything. The roaches, the ravagers. Oof. Once again, the soup does lie. Roach Ravager is very inflated. We don't really have any momentum. We're going to try to break through the reinforcements. But once again, these are not efficient trades for Eva. Yeah, he doesn't clean this up. And now Eva, he's in trouble. He's hurting Pappy. Barely gets a tank. You can see Nickrat does not want to turn around. He's just trading so well. He's just rallying everything across the map. Nickrat, he knows how close he is to breaking Eva. He's oh so close. Door base is being taken. CC landed on location. Tank bully's going up. We're going to try to collapse on this. And yeah, we're not going to be able to. GG gets called, and Nickrat just has far too much. And we'll take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Nickrat does pop off both in game 1 and game 2. Game 2 was a little bit more back and forth here, but alas, we saw Nickrat just trading so well, so efficiently, catching out the Roach Ravager off of creep, catching the Lings on their own. Just a really active and aggressive style out of Nickrat. And does manage to snowball out of control there. GG, well played. Congratulations to Nickrat. My condolences to Eva. My condolences, but you know, I hope he's able to. I hope we get to see more of Eva in the coming weeks. And again, I hope we don't lose into Protoss again. I hope not. Hope not. Come back to us, Pappy. Come back. But GG, well played nonetheless. Showed off some good games. Good games. And we already have some semi-finalists. Oh my god, the bracket has been progressing quite quickly, actually. Okay, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over and have a look. We have a Nightmare taking down Replicant 2-0. I was hoping to catch that series. Wait, who is the Bath? He took a game? Wait, what? Who is this guy? He took a game off of Nightmare. Let's go. I don't know who that is, but okay. Crazy. That was a PvP, by the way. That Cannon Rush? Maybe. Meanwhile, Nightmare took down Replicant 2-0. Nightmare's waiting in the upper semifinals, and Nickrat is in the lower semifinals as well. We're just waiting for some updates, waiting for their opponents, and it looks like the upper series is going to be getting ready first. I say that because Nickich is mid-series versus Shameless, and they may finish up soon, and that will be just leading right into Nightmare. So that may be our next series on the channel. Should take this moment to get my tuna ready. I'll get it ready, Pack. I'll get it ready. There it is. Okay, so yeah, with this, it looks like we're waiting on 2 matches. We're waiting on Nickich versus Shameless and Geralt versus Papa Panda. So we're going to be going on a short break. I'll keep my eye on Shameless and Nickich, and it looks like they just got out of game. They just got out of game. So let me just slip into some DMs. And we have some results coming in. Okay, so Nikichi takes down Tortuga 2-0, and Nikichi is now up against Shameless. And are they mid-series as well? I think they are. I believe they are mid-series, and I'm trying to get an update on the score. Oh, tied up 1-1. Okay. They are tied up 1-1. Just need a moment to set things up. We are good to go. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, we're jumping in mid-series. Nikic and Shameless. Nikic, of course, a Zerg player. Shameless, a Protoss, and they're tied up 1-1. We're getting into the ace match. The winner of this series will face off against Nightmare in the semifinals. So we finally have a little bit more structure here to the cast. We're going to be following this series into the semis. Once the upper semis is done, we'll be jumping down to the lower semifinals, then into the grand finals. So we have maybe 4 or so series ahead of us. 4 series including this one. Just as a heads up. I thought it was all in because he had a 10 giga fast. I see. Yeah, that's why I was concerned about your joining. Lack of joins even. I understand. I will get new maps. Oh, one day. I missed the turtle. True. Yeah. Hello, Talimo. Hello. Unfortunately, we didn't really get a lot of interest in the turtle tussle. For those who don't know, we used to host a tournament earlier this year, even last year. Last year. We hosted this Nation's Turtle Tussle, which was a region-locked event for the Americas and Oceania. It excluded Korea and Europe, basically. So it was more focused around supporting some of these smaller regions that I would say do need the support. Unfortunately, there just wasn't a lot of interest in it. So, I mean, I say that. There was a lot of interest viewership-wise. There were a lot of viewership for it, but there wasn't a lot of player interest in it. So, because of that, we did kind of put it to the side. It is on hiatus. We might bring it back one day, but for now, it's on hiatus. Same with our Platypus Cup. We had the Grand Platypus Open, which was also a region-locked event, also on hiatus. Again, one day we might bring it back in, like, you know, some kind of form, some kind of fashion, but for now we're just focusing on the Tuna Cup because that's where we get a lot more interest. Again, player participation has risen quite a lot for our tournament, and it's really cool to see. Really cool to see a lot of the Europeans, a lot of the Koreans as well embrace this, right? Like, to see Nightmare a part of this tournament, Byun, Kior, Keen. It's been really cool to see the Koreans also jump in every now and then. Really cool to see. It's really cool to see. Hydrate Hydras, massage your marines, drain your disruptors, and relax your roaches. Relax them, Poppy. Relax them. Still crazy though. Crazy. Hey, and our players, they did just need a moment before embracing this series. But here we go. We're jumping into game number 3, the ace match. Going to be loading in to Site Delta. Let's go. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nikic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. He's so shameless back. Oh my god. Let's go. As we are going to be settling in. Once again, the juice box has been thrown down. Ah, hydrate, everyone. Hydrate. It's beautiful. I don't know what it is with these younger players like Eba, Shameless, Vindicta. All these Zoomers, they always throw down their sprays all the time. Crazy. Shaking my head. They're also Diva enjoyers typically as well. But we're settling in. Unfortunately, we don't really know what happened in Game 1 or Game 2. We are lacking some of that information, but so far everything's looking as it should. Nikic is a typically aggressive player. Nikic, he's very aggressive and typically in your face, very mid-game oriented. So my eyes are definitely on Nikic coming into this. Meanwhile, Shameless is similar in a sense, but more so like kind of 3 and 4 base oriented. Like I feel like we rarely see like initially Glaive Adept openers or DT openers. But we'll see what our players have in store. We shall see. So now the probe is going to be tasing away at the mineral line, being an annoyance. Keep an eye on Nikic. We are getting our opener up and running. Lings are on the way, soon to be Link Speed. Likewise across the map, Shameless is going for a gate expand into Cybercore. And we'll wait and see what kind of tech we do commit to and how we decide to open up. We've already had quite a bit of variety here tonight. I mean, we had Void Ray into Skytoss, which we rarely see. And oh my god, I have to eat my words because that is a Twilight Council opener. Okay, Shameless, what do you got? What do you got, Pappy? What do you got? 3 AM, brain dead. You gotta stretch your roaches before any strenuous activity. You do. You don't want to cramp. You don't want to cramp your roaches. Don't cramp them. Give them space. They get anxious. But there's that Twilight Council. This should be towards either Glaives or Glaives. We have pulled out, so we should be seeing Glaive Adepts here out of Shameless. And we'll see how hard we commit. Again, with only 2 and 2, it should only be 4 gateways. There we go. Gateways are on the way. Behind this, Nikic is just droning. Still no scouts or no big realization yet of what is occurring. Just going to be droning up. There we go. Glaives are on the way. And we should soon be seeing a Robo. I say soon because for now we just have our gateways. There's no access to a prism to harass across the map to reinforce. There we go. There's that Robo on the way. It's going to be for the War Prism. And this is not an all-in, but it is a way to get economic damage done early on and take an economic lead as you take a third. While you expand, we're looking to move out and be in the face of Nikic. Meanwhile, that's an early Bailey Nest. Oh my god. Bailey Nest is on the way. Not the easiest way to deal with Glaive Adepts, but still possible. I mean, usually we would see a Roach Warren, but a Bailey Nest, if the Bailings can connect, then we can shut Adepts down. That's a big if, though. As Nikic is just producing nothing but Lings. Lings are amassing. Likewise, Adepts are also warping in. Adepts are spotted. Seen by the Lings. Waves about to finish up. We're still massing more. Bailings are on the way. Let's go. And we're hoping to get to lock down this army, to get us around, and to collapse in with those Bailings. It's not going to be easy, but we're getting ready. We are ready. Adepts, they don't commit. Shameless backs off. Again, the Prism is quite late, actually. Like, this feels really weird. Like, the Robot was delayed and the Prism is late, which means reinforcements take so long to really get onto the front lines. As we were tempted to surround. It was tempting. Bailings are spotted. We have more Adepts warping in. Immortal behind this. Getting into Immortal production. 2 more gateways. This is turning into a 2-base all-in. We went from 4 gateways to 6. We have 6 gates, Immortal production. Shameless refusing to expand, or at least he can't because of all these Lings. Meanwhile, Nikic throwing down a Roach Warren. Commencing Roach production. soon to commence roach production. So War Prism is denied entry to the main. Dropping to the third. Ooh. Shading back. And did I say 6 gate Glaive Adepts? We're getting up to 8 gates. 8 gate Glaive Adepts. Oh my god. I don't even think we can afford that, but sure, okay. We're gonna have 8 gateways. So it's gonna be all or nothing Baileys. Ooh, they crash into the Stalker of all things. Against Stalkers, what is it? I think they take 11 Bailings. They take a lot of Bailings to bring down. So that was a bit of a waste. That was, I think, 4 or 5 Bailings. Yeah, we shut down the Bailings. They get completely cleaned up. Not the best trade here from Naked. She has to back off. Behind this, roaches are amassing. Thankfully, we still have more Bailings back at home. Have more Bailings. And here comes the all-in. How many Adepts? 26. 26 Adepts, 3 Immortals. The War Prism to juggle and reinforce. And remember, we have 8 gates. We can warp in 8 units at a time if we have the economy for it. Wait for sentries, initially. God, this is a terrifying army from Shameless. Also, my apologies. We are tied up 1-1. We are in the ace match. I was a little bit engrossed in the game itself, and we're going to knock down this hatchery. Yeah, the hatchery will fall in an instant. For now, we're still massing up more Lingbane. Ravager's on the way. We have to be so careful with this shade. We cannot commit. If we did, the Bailings would get some juicy connections. So we have to be very careful with how we engage. Likewise, force fields they're going to be quite important here to slice up the army. We have a Bay on the way behind this, working towards Disruptors or Colossus. Oh. See, Nick is trying to collapse in. Doesn't quite pull it off. Shameless pulling away, and we're expanding. Okay. Shameless, he kills a third, and he backs off. Takes his own. True, technically up in economy. Sure. Why not? Adept slips into the main. I believe we shut down the Prism. Yeah, the War Prism did go down, and we're looking for a cancel. We forced the cancel. And Shameless out of position. Unable to deny those lings, and Nikish is going to be able to take the faster third. Still massing up more Roach Ravager. Lings threading another run by. Force back. Tiles weren't quite connect. Which does threaten. Nothing major, just posturing. Behind this is droning up, saturating his bases. Colossus has arrived. Still a very tense moment here between these two players. Very tense. And who do I favor? It's hard to say. Like, I kind of like Shameless's army, but at the same time, it's also a little bit fragile. A little bit. Like, especially once Bailing Speed kicks in, like, we can go to town on this. Potentially. It's one of those things where, like, Bailings could connect, or we could just force field and just deny the Bailings entirely. But now Nick is just embracing Lingbane Roach Ravager. Sage Bit's on the way. Sage Bit is on the way. Working towards Hive Tech. Oh, nice force fields. And we look down the Lings. They do get shut down. Stalker barely survives. And without any Lurker tech here, I'm curious where we're headed. Like, there's no Hydrogen, there's no Lurker Den. We could try to work towards Ultras, I guess. Yeah, there's Melee on the way. I mean, Viper's going to be quite crucial, actually. Like, rushing into Vipers does make sense to lock down the Colossus. Otherwise, how do we deal with this? And if the plan is Vipers, we're not ready yet. And the Hive is still on the way. Shameless will move out at the same time. Nikish going for a big link counterattack. Collapsing in. But there are those force fields. Ooh. Files do connect. And Lings, they get into the mineral line. We have defensive warp in. Do we have any force fields? We have some. Bailey's, they crash in. They shut down most of those sentries. We'll have 3 more behind this. Zealots will defend. Shameless still pushing forward. Fusing it back up. That's 17 more Bailings on the way. Nikish setting up a surround. And the Bailings, and they crash forward. The Gateway Army almost crumbling. Takes a lot of hits. The Gateway Army, it's so low. So battered, so bruised, but we're replacing the Adepts with Stalkers. Stalkers are amassing. Bailings, they crash into the the sentries. Sentries go down. And no more force fields. Colossus are exposed. Can we juggle back? We focus on the Prism. And Nikish, he swallows up the army, shuts down the Colossus. Collapses on the sentries. GG, good luck gets called, and Nikish will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Nikish will take the series 2-1, will advance on, and my condolences to Shameless. Again, it was a very intense moment there between both players, and the initial, like, glaives into Immortal push did manage to kill the third base at least, and I was maybe, I was actually favoring the timing that we were going for. Unfortunately, again, force fields did run out over time. Bailing connections were insane on the sentries and on the Adepts, and alas, Shameless, he just kind of ran out of steam and ran out of units throughout the course of that push. Did run out of, or didn't really have the most longevity with that army, and with that, congratulations, Nikish will take the series, and we have our next matchup. Up next, Nikish versus Nightmare. Oh boy, let's go. We have our next series. We have our ZVP. Meanwhile, some other updates going on. Looks like Geralt took down Papa Panda 2-0. Geralt up against young, I almost said young Yakov. God damn it. That's why I made the name change. Geralt up against GG Machine in the next round. Winner goes up against Nicaract. Meanwhile, we are hopping over to the NA region, and up next we have a Nightmare versus Nikish and a Protoss versus Zerg. Let us go. We are getting ready. Okay, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break. And when we return, we will have our first semifinals. We're kind of nearing the tail end of the broadcast here. We have our upper semis, followed by the lower semis, and then the grand finals. We will soon be embracing that after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely break. Hope you enjoyed the brutal OSC as we have returned with the semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 56. Our weekly, almost said bi-weekly, our weekly open tournament. If you're curious, if you're wondering what the hell is the Sparkling Tuna Cup, there is a story behind the name. We might get into it at some point. But it is a tournament hosted and organized by us here at the CranKy Ducklings. If you are interested, you want to help support the tournament, you can do so via Match Arena or Patreon. Patreon is constructed to fund our event, to grow the event as well, to help boost the prize pool and to pay out additional players. So if you are interested, Patreon is the place to be to boost the prize pool. Otherwise, thank you for tuning in and get ready, strap yourselves in for the semifinals. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the reigning champion, the current Sparkling Tuna. Representing Bleed Esports, it is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes from the land of Belarus. It is Nikic. Here we go. Again, our semifinals is upon us. And as a reminder, we will also be having a random raffle before the finals. There is going to be a participation raffle for the players before the finals. For those that are curious what that is, we do have 5 USD set aside every single week for a random player. Random player in the bracket. So, of course, we do try to spread the love and spread out some of the prize pool to not just the top 2. I mean, a finalist could earn that raffle, true. They could just get like a boosted prize pool and a boosted payout, or you know, it could go to a player that got knocked out in the first round as well. That has also happened many a time. So we'll have the raffle before those finals. Until then, we're settling in. We are going to be settling in. And if you're in the chats, predictions, of course. I'm setting up so much. Trying to get everything going. But if you're in the chats, predictions are now open. So place your bets on who you think will be advancing onto the grand finals. Who will advance on? I mean, sure, Nightmare might be the reigning champion, but at the same time, you know, Nikic, he's a wild card as well. He can definitely pose a threat to Nightmare. I want to believe. Do you want to believe? But predictions are open for the next minute or so, so place your bets on who you think is going to be our first finalist. Meanwhile, we have a Stargate opener. Stargate opener here out of Nightmare. Again, Nightmare, he has been hot and heavy. He's been on the rise as of late over the past 6 months. Ever since joining his new team, ever since joining Bleed Esports, Nightmare has been really leveling up, and his PvP and PvT have always been killer. What I will say is that Nightmare's weak point has always been his PvZ. His Protoss versus Zerg has always been something he's been working towards and improving. But outside of that, he has world-class play, and it can definitely even threaten some of the top players like Showtime, like Hero, like Max. We've seen at Nightmare, again, compare against them in those matchups. But we'll see. We'll see if Nikic can catch him off guard. For now, Adept gets across the map. Going to be threatening a Shade. Going to be a Stargate opener for Nightmare into the Oracle. Harass across the map. And as we settle into this, oh, let's go. Oh, it's the clown, Poppy. It's the clown. Oh, give us more money. Oh, we're all offended, Poppy. We're all offended. Smooch. For those who are curious, there was someone in the chat that was like, I don't know, downplaying players for some reason. I don't know why. But thank you for the donation. Still appreciate it. As your Oracle does get across the map, getting to the middle line. One drone goes down. We take a lot of hits though. The stunner stepping. Oh, barely does escape. 2 workers go down, and Nightmare will escape with the Oracle at the same time across the map. Lings, don't quite get much done. They threaten the third base, but they don't manage to force a cancel or get the Adept. More Lings on the way. Likewise, the Oracle is very low, but we do manage to catch another drone. 3 workers going down so far. 3 workers and some larva. Yeah, the Queen's having a hard time keeping up. Alas, unfortunately, no creep connecting the bases. Will delay the rotation. Will delay the Queens. Feels bad, man. So they do head on over. Meanwhile, back at home, interesting. That is a Twilight Council as the third base is about to finish. Forge is on the way. This looks like a standard follow-up. It looks like just Oracle into Blink into Blink and +1 into a standard follow-up. As the Depths, they do make their way towards the natural. Ling's not quite able to keep up here. Drones are being pulled. Oh my god! We're getting too much done. We get 4 or 5 drone kills already. And we do cancel the shade. We're getting even more damage here. Nikic pulling back too soon. 9 worker kills. Almost 10! 10 drones in total. And with that, Nightmare takes a massive economic lead. Meanwhile, with this Bailey Nest, do we just go for a bust? From here, do we just send it across the map? For now, we are. That's a mass amount of Lings being sent towards the third base. At the same time, Triple Oracle heads towards the third. Queens are in position. We do focus down the first Oracle. 2 more drones fall, but Nikic, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's sending it across the map. Gets on top of the sentries. 1 sentry goes down. 2nd sentry as well. Boys are being pulled, but these Lings, they're wreaking havoc across the map. They need to. They need to get damage done as we get 25 drones here in the main. That is a game-ending amount of damage. Nikic is completely all in. It's all or nothing for the Zerg. It's going to be 6 probe kills. We collapse on the third. Killing the third base is not good enough. The third, it's not good enough at this point. We have to break into the natural. Nidus is on the way. How many queens do we have? 8. That's a good amount of queens. We have 8 queens here on the horizon. Nidus Swarm will finish. The Nexus does fall. But we have 2 shield batteries. And we have force fields. We have shield batteries. We have force fields. We have the overcharge as well. Can we break through? The wall is looking solid. Yeah, it's... oh, God. Oh, God. The Stalker refused to go down. The Stalker basically an immortal at this point, especially with the overcharge. Things... oh, do not get in. At the same time, Nidus Swarm into the main. We do rotate over. And the main base looking that much more vulnerable. There's no shield batteries, not yet. They're on the way. We do focus on the Stargate at least. Going for the Stalker is a very nice position. Very nice SimCity. We reduce the surface area. The Stalkers, they stand strong. Lings, they rotate over towards the natural. Army's not quite in position. We're getting some probe damage, but we need more. We still need more done. Oh my god, there are so many shield batteries. So many shield batteries. Nothing's gonna die. Not in the natural base. Lings, they rotate back up, but once again, Nightmare. Beautiful positioning here at both bases. Making sure the Lings, they do not get any surrounds. And Nightmare shutting this down. Completely at this point. And back at home, there's no macroing out of this. Like, there's no economy, there's no workers left. It's just, it's not gonna happen, man. Smooch. We at least killed the third, and Nikic is waddling back home. But there's no Spore. The Oracle's still going ham. We had 1 Oracle left, getting 5 more drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. And things are looking a little bit bleak here for Nikic. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Nightmare. How many Stalkers do we have? We have 22. We have more Stalkers than there are Lings. That's the game state that we're in. As Nightmare is going to be re-expanding and moving out. And with this move out, it's going to take a miracle here for Nikic to hold. Somehow, if Nightmare maybe staggers his army, if he moves in with only a portion of it, then maybe we can fight this, you know, 1 half at a time. Nikic is getting ready for a surround, but how much are we really surrounding with? It's going to be how many Lings? 33 Lings, and we get caught out. Oof. Bleeding off Ling after Ling. Nidus Swarm into the main. Nightmare's in position. And Nightmare will shut this down completely. The Queens are exposed. We can just chase them down. We can go for the aggressive Blink. For now, taking it slow, going for the third base. Ling's going to be engaging. Solid force fields. And GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Nightmare will take game number 1. GG. Nightmare will take the first game. And again, Nightmare is our reigning champion. He is, of course, not just our reigning champion, but he's got a couple of Tuna Cups under his belt. Got a couple. Not as much as Cristiano, but a good amount nonetheless. And Nightmare is the one to beat. So from here, we're going to be getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Nigish can bounce back. Meanwhile, the lower matches are still underway. They're still facing off. And we'll be jumping into that lower semifinals right after we wrap up this series. We'll get there. We'll get there. As it looks like we have our lobby for game 2. And it's going to be on Alkyone. Let's go. We go. I see Senor Sadsec in the chat. Ah, ¿qué tal, papi? ¿Qué tal? Do they also use their feet to power a third mouse? The lava flashbacks. Oh. It's so sad that that portion of StarCraft history, it's hard to really come across. For those that are curious, it was a tournament. It was a brutal tournament. It was a Zotag Cup, technically. I think it was around 2016, maybe 2017, after Brood War Remastered kind of, you know, launched, and after it did come out. And it was a really, like, I don't know if I want to say historic, but it was like a pretty big deal. It was a pretty big event. And I believe the VOD is no longer available. The VOD was only on Twitch. It wasn't on YouTube. And I believe the VOD has since been removed because it just like got timed out or something. And yeah, smooch. If you were there live, then you would know. Remember the games, remember the matches. But here we go, we're jumping into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player from land of Belarus. It is Nikic. Go. Are going to be settling in. But now, going to be a hatch gas pool, standard opener so far from our Zerg player. Yeah, there's our gas timing. Everything's looking normal. Meanwhile, Nightmare being quite fast to scouts. They'll slip in. Just making sure that everything's on the up and up. Unable to deny the expansion or anything like that. I believe Nightmare did initially, yeah, we did initially check the goal base location just to make sure before scouting the main. Now, as a reminder, Nightmare didn't do anything too crazy last game. It was just a standard opener. You know, it was a triple Oracle opener into a third, into Blink Stalkers. Everything was looking as it should. It was Nikish that responded with an all-in. To be fair, he was forced into an all-in because of how many workers he was losing. But we'll see if we can make up for that this time and have a more secure early game. Early to mid game. I want to believe. Oh, the Nightmare Cup. Cristiano Cup. Oi. Didn't you say you were... Yo, Funada Rex in the chat. I see you, Papi. I see you. Rex, of course, the Taiwanese Zerg player. Fun fact, last week Rex said he was going to play and sign up today. I didn't see you on the bracket. I didn't see you. Este Rex. Next time. Sign up. Play, Papi. Play. Much love for Rex. Much love. Back at home, Nightmare going to be opening up with his Stargate once again. Similar to the previous game. Once again, nothing too flashy out of Nightmare. Chris Toon. Oh god, I can't even say it. The Chris Toon Hanner. Ah, true. He is a tuna. Nightmare's just keeping an eye on things, making sure that we actually have saturation at the natural, keeping an eye on the drone counts. Adepts waddling in. Likewise, back at home, the first Oracle has arrived, and we saw how much Nightmare got done with his Oracles in Game 1. We'll see if we can replicate that here in Game 2. So he does move out. Niki's taking his third base, still droning. No big signs of aggression, no Bailey Nest, no fast lair. Oracle dips in between the bases. The queens are in position. We do manage to catch up. No drones. So far, so good. Niki's also not cutting too many corners. We have a spore in the natural. No spore in the main. Ah, there we go. Is now on the way. We saw that Nikic was punished quite hard in the last game. Sun is playing it safe. And this time Nikic hasn't lost any workers. Not yet, at least. Nightmare expanding, taking the third. We should be seeing a Twilight Council and a Forge momentarily. There we go. There's that follow-up. Once again, +1 on Blink Stalkers. And once again, Nikic responds with a Bailey Nest. Okay, we could be in for a similar setup here. Even if Nikic doesn't take game-ending damage, we could just go for a Link Bane Bust once again. Let's say thread in the shade. We're in position. This time we have plenty of Lings available. Taking extra gases. Lair is now on the way for Nikic. We're still droning. And Nikic in a much better position this time. As long as we can keep up with those adepts. So far we can. There's that follow-up. +1 on Blink. Bit of a gateway explosion. We're getting up to 6 gateways. Pretty gateway heavy. We'll be going for some extra warp-ins. Likewise, Nightmare shocking around. Headed for the third. And not too bad. There's no sport. The queens are out of position. 5 drones. And 5 drones go down. Oh! And we get a 6th. And barely a 7th and 8th. Oh my god. 8 worker kills towards the end. Very nice damage here from Nightmare. Not game ending, but good damage nonetheless. Nikic will have to recover. Is re-droning. +1 melee. And we're going for a Spire. That I was not expecting. I was leaning towards Hydras. I saw the gases being taken. I was like, oh yeah, Link Bane Hydra. Like, into Lurker. Let's go. No, not this time. We're headed towards Mutas. Okay. Okay. I see you. It's a bold move. Going into Mutas like this, going unscattered into Mutas can hit really hard and can do so much damage. The problem is that Nightmare is going to be active. Remember, Nightmare opened up 6 gates. So he has Stalkers, is pushing out, and Nikic is going to be vulnerable early on. There's a window. There's a window where Nightmare could take advantage of him. The problem right now, as Lings hit across the map, is that Nightmare doesn't know that there's a window. He doesn't know that there's a timing available. Up! As we do not get a cancel. Ooh, the Nexus is getting so low. That was 13 Lings thrown away for nothing. The base is vulnerable, though, as Nightmare's moving out. And we needed those Lings to defend. Uh-oh. We have 34 Lings. Spire about to finish. No Roaches to defend. Nikic is vulnerable and Nightmare's pushing in. Again, Nightmare, he hasn't seen the Spire, but regardless, he does push out and this base is exposed. Yeah, Lings push forward. We kite back. The base is under fire. And Nikic, he can't save this. He's not going to. The base is going to go down. Big pickup. 300 minerals down the drain. Nikic expanding towards the north. But Nikic is in trouble. Mutas are on the way. And we're forced to reveal our Mutas. We collapse on the army. And the stasis gets baited out. But we have another better connection. And as we force to reveal ourselves back at home, we have cannons on the way. Shield batteries, Phoenix production has begun. Nikic, he had to reveal his hand. And the window that we would have with these Mutas to get damage done, it's closing. That surprise factor is no longer there. The Adepts will distract the Lings. At the same time, Mutas, they get across the map. And the cannon isn't ready. Ooh, but we're trading against Stalkers. Not the best trade. Mutas will escape. Just barely. Leading out to 1 Muta. So at least we preserve the Muta counts. We keep it alive. Do keep it alive. Dipping back in. Catching Stalkers. Trading with Stalkers at the same time. Lings. Oh no! They run into the stasis. Not like this. The Lings are getting caught out. Likewise, the mutas, they don't get any damage. They trade with stalkers. That was 7 mutas for 4 stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Not a good trade for Nikic. And these are expensive losses. Very expensive. Mutas, they collapse back in. We pull back to the cannons. We pull back to the overcharge. Yeah, the Colossus stand strong. The Lings, they melt, and so do the mutas. Nightmare does take the fight. Taking down another muta. And now behind this, Nikic did run up to 80. Like, Nikic has a good economy, but it's these trades. Like, his army is so fragile. We're working with Ling muta, and it melts so quickly. Nikic was hoping to have some momentum on his side. Alas, not the case. Infestation is on the way. This should be to get into Ultra Tech. But that's still a ways away. Oof. And we catch more mutas. Yeah, the blink is brutal. 3 more mutas go down. Nikic trying to amass an army. And on the one hand, sure, like, Nightmare, he's stuck being defensive, but at the same time, he's building up a death blow of an army. Like, eventually, Nightmare's going to push out, and Nikic doesn't have much to stop it. Now, it is a little bit risky for Nightmare not to take up into Archons and Storm. Like, that would be the ideal. Instead, Nightmare, he's working with Mass Blink Stalker, which doesn't scale amazingly, but again, because of the lower Ling muta counts, we're able to push through. I should say, because of the trades, Nightmare is able to keep up supply-wise. More so than he otherwise would. Okay, Fleet Beak is on the way. There's the Templar Archives. We spoke about Archons and Storm. Now it's on the horizon. We're getting there. The Tuna. Beautiful. We just moved out. Hey, they catch a Phoenix. Not bad. Catch the Phoenixes. I was curious if Nikic was working towards Ultras. It looks like we're working towards Hydras and Lurkers. Interesting. Very gas intensive. And not the most ideal transition here for Nikic. The reason why I say this is Nikic has +2 melee, so it would have been a little bit more in line taking him towards Ultras, but instead working on +1 range. Okay. Lurker dens are on the way. The Lurker production. +1 air attack. Oh, the Sky Toss, it's coming. Oh boy. I'm working towards Sky Toss. So once again, it feels like Nightmare is one step ahead. What I mean by that is, sure, like, Hydra Lurker Viper can be amazing, but it also struggles against something like Sky Toss. Nightmare is already working on the next step. He's dipping in. Getting a mineral line, not bad. 14 probes. And counting. Pieces are going down. We get another mineral line. 21. It's going to be a one-way trip. Yeah, we're bleeding out these mutas and we will not be replacing them. We're going for the Storm. And Storm is denied just barely. And as we bleed out mutas, we replace them with Lurkers. Going for the Fleet Beacon. Oh, we don't get it. No shot. Fleet Beacon barely does survive. That was a big commitment there from Nikic. Behind this, Lurkers are amassing. Nikic is refining his army, working towards something more ideal. And he is at least aware of the Sky Toss. Right, like Nikic, he saw the Fleet Beacon. He's aware. Carrier production has begun. And thankfully, Nikic already has +2 air attack. Like, he has some upgrades for his Corruptors. It's okay. Nikic being active once again, moving on the right-hand side. Does hit the Nexus. He's in position. Same time, Nikic going for the natural. Or even the third. Trying Trying to pull a Nightmare apart, but we are in position. They roll on forward. They crash into the mineral line. We do react in time. Oh, not bad. We get 7. We do get 7 probes, but that does cost us a lot of Ling Bane and the Mutas. Back at home, massing up more Hydra Lurker. We have a Greater Spire on the way. It's going to be for Broodlords. Corruptors are on the horizon as well. Like, Nikish's army isn't looking too bad. My biggest concern for Nikish is his lack of spellcasters. Quickly double checking. Yeah, no Vipers to speak of. Vipers are typically ideal with their Blinding Clouds, with their Abductions, with their Power Bombs even as well. They have their place. We'll see if Nikish can hold his own. Not bad. Decent spine shots on the army. Decent connections. At the same time, Ling Rumbai runs into a brick wall. The wall is solid. Bailings running into the carriers. Decent hold position micro, getting 5 probes. At the same time, Storm zoning away the Ling Hydra. But we're breaking through. We're pushing up the ramp. There's not enough Protoss here to defend the gold. And the gold base is going to go down. Can we get the Mothership? Mothership is low from earlier. Nah, Mothership will survive. And has the Zerg army overextended? Oh, looks like we hold our own. Storm gets thrown down and Nightmare has to back up. Nikish taking a good fight. Again, these Lurkers, they took down so much of the ground army. Storm's on Nikish away. Behind this, getting just 16 Corruptors. Lurker count still looking solid. While the ship went down, Nikish still pushing forward. I'm worried we're overextending a little bit here. Yeah, not enough anti-air. Big overextension by the Zerg. We have to back off. That was like, what, 2-3 Lurkers going down? Aye, aye, aye. Okay, we need the ground army. Lurker Zubaro. This is why I worry that we maybe made too many Corruptors, and we need to replace those Lurkers. We need a stronger Lurker count here against what Nightmare has. Nikish is maxed out. To deny the gold, Nightmare, his economy is struggling here. He lost a lot of probes earlier. He hasn't replaced them. Probe count is low. And Nikish, can we pull this off? Freeing up some supply, killing his own queens. We have air carapace on the way. Lings, they slip in. This time the wall is wide open. Lings, they slip into the main. One carrier goes down. That's a big Archon volley. Corruptors, they took a lot of damage. So far worth it. Meanwhile, Ling's in the main. 4 probes. Not bad. Nightmare does rotate around, looking for a way in. Zealot Rambai, ooh, getting drone kills. 9 workers go down. Massive storm with the Corruptors. And the Zealot Rambai doesn't stop. 17 drones. Oh, the Zealots are getting far too much done. 17 workers fall. We distract the main army. Nightmare pushing forward. Lurkers looking a bit exposed. They have no supports. Yeah, the Corruptors, they can maybe clean up the air army. Well, what about the Lurkers on the ground? As the carrier army is reset. And 2 Lurkers, they barely do hold. No detection. Let's go. No detection. The 2 Lurkers, they hold. They barely hold the line. Prism into the main. No warp in, not yet. And that wasn't the worst fight for Nikish. Like, thankfully for Nikish, he has a bank, right? He has a bank. He can replenish his army. He can rebuild. Replacing those Corruptors. While the ship, War Prism does recall back. There we go. 13 more Lurkers on the way. They're going mainly Lurker Corruptor. Rotating around. Nightmare out of position. We do catch some Lurkers, but we hit the gold. And once again, the win condition for Nikish denied the 5th base over and over again. The gold base will go down. And then we get the hell out of here. Gonna be pulling back. Sieging up, replacing this or replenishing with more corruptors. Getting ready for the carriers. And Nikish, he's holding his own. Nightmare long distance mining is running out of money. He is running out of money here. Just once again getting shots off. Vipers have right. Let's go. We have our Vipers. We can abduct. We can yoink in. Nightmare forced to expand towards the left hand side, taking another base. Lurkers, yeah, they're slowly pushing forward. Massive spine shields going up. Oh my god. A lot of the shields stripped away from the ground army. And Nightmare being bullied back. At the same time, Ling Hydra catching reinforcements. The mortals are on the way. Massive storms and feedbacks. At Templar, they're holding their own. At the same time, big Zealot Archon counterattack. And Nikish out of position, he's racing back. Ooh, and the Lurkers, they're left on their own. They're left all on their own. Yeah, massive losses for Nikish. He's going to shut down the carriers, but what else? Oh, you get the Corruptor. I mean, the Colossus. The other one. Colossus does full. We get the base. Yeah, Nikish, these were expensive losses for the Zerg. How many Lurkers was that? That was 12. 12 Lurkers going down. Again, they were left on their own. They got completely shut down. And Nikish is in trouble. Our Zerg player is in a lot of trouble here. How many Lurkers do we have left? We have 4 Lurkers. That's not going to be good enough. And the ground army can break through. And we collapse into the Lurkers. We get one of them. There's 3 left. 3 Lurkers remaining. Can we shut this down? A massive storm. The storm on the Hydras. It's brutal. Gold base is going to go down. At the same time, we have Zealots towards the south on all the bases in all the mineral lines. And Nikish, he's falling apart. Nikish had a massive advantage earlier. He was ahead. He was in the driver's seat, but alas, the non-stop Zealot counterattacks, throwing away too many Lurkers as well. And Nightmare, he's doing it. He is doing it. Does kite back. Ooh. The Lurker doing a lot of damage. No detection. No detection for the Protoss. Meanwhile, we're still getting more worker kills here. 17, 20 drones going down. 20 worker kills. 23 even. Prism making its way to the main. Brutal losses for Nikish. Nikish trying to keep up. Warping into the main. Lurker's getting caught out. We get one. Detection has arrived. And Nightmare. What's important? The most important thing right now is that he has a 5th. He has a fully fresh mining base up and running. Nightmare can now sustain himself. And Nikish, she's getting caught out. I say that. We collapse over the High Templar. We get one. There's one left. The final storm. That was the final storm for Nightmare. Oh, it's still so close. Oh, so close. We clean up the Stalks. We clean up the High Templar. What do we have left? 2 Immortals. Nikish, we can still do this. We can still push in. There's 1 shield battery. Overcharge is popped. We need to focus it down. Yeah, shield battery does fall. We go for the Immortals. We get 1. And we get 2. Both Immortals do go down. And Nikish, can we break through? We're so close. We get on top of the base. Probes are going down. Remember, the most important mining base for Nightmare. At the same time, Zealot counterattack across the map. We will defend. The Nexus falls. And there's no mining at the natural. There's no mining in the main. We have, what, 3 patches here at the 3rd. 3 patches here at the 4th. Nightmare is running. He's been running out of money this entire time. And Nikish has a mining base. That's what's important. He's got top left. And center left. Nikish has an economy. Not the best economy, but it's better than Nightmare's. That's all that matters, Pat. That's all that matters. Lings piling in. Observer is going to get shut down. We have the one Brood Lord. Let's go. The one lone Brood. Now, really nice juggling here out of Nightmare, saving the Immortals. And GG gets called. Nightmare, he runs out of steam, and we're going to the ace match. GG. Oh my god. It's crazy. GG, well played. Nigish ties us up 1-1, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, a very intense game, very back and forth. For a while there, Nikic was in control, but we saw Nightmare just pop off with these massive Zealot counterattacks towards the north, towards the south. Did create an opening for himself because of the Zealot run-bys. It did force Nikic to pull away with his Ling Hydra, which meant that his lurkers were exposed, and we saw a couple of times, like 2 or 3 times, where Nightmare would reset the lurker count time and time again, which allowed him to keep up and maintain himself. Eventually got his 5th base, but that's what it kind of came down to, is that Nikic never allowed a 6th base to get up and running, and even the 5th, it took a while to really get going as well. Nikic was always there to contest that 5th Nexus and make sure that Nightmare was not able to mine freely from it. GG, well played. A very intense series, and our players are asking for a break. I fully understand. Nikic and Nightmare, they're asking for a break. They're asking for a moment here to breathe. And when they come back, we'll have the ace match. We will have the final game. We're getting there. Are getting there. Oh my god. And this is what I mean. Like, again, sure, we've had typically players like Christiana typically like threaten and even defeat Nightmare. But shout out to Nikic, you know, it's not easy to make Nightmare bleed. In a lot of these other tournaments, in previous Tuna Cups, if Nightmare rocks up and if there isn't Christiana there to stop him, then he barely drops a map. Here, being forced at the ace match. Impressive. Impressive stuff here out of Nikic. Let's go. But yeah, our players are asking for a moment. But we have our lobby. Do have our lobby. And we're going to be loading into Oceanborn as the final game. Let's go. Let us go. We are loading in. Meanwhile, do we have our lower semis? We do. We do have our lower semis as well. This just in, Geralt, he took down GG Machine 2-0, and after this semifinals, we'll be jumping into Geralt versus Nickrat in the lower semis in a best of 3. We'll get there. We will get there. As the ace match is upon us, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg representing the Platinum Heroes. Also representing the Platinum Heroes from Lena, Belarus, it is Nikic. For a moment there, I blanked out because he has no clan tag on NA. But he does represent the Platinum Heroes. And can he cause the upset? Can he shut Nightmare down before even reaching the finals? We'll see if Nikic is the chosen one. Is he the new Tuna? That's the question. We shall see. Now, what I will say loading into Oceanborn is that this map is known for more aggressive builds, more aggressive styles. Alcyone leans towards and lends towards longer macro games just because of the size of the map. There's so many more bases to take. The rush distance by ground is longer as well on Alcyone, so that's again why we can have like a longer back and forth and more bases being taken as well, at least from the side of Zerg. On Oceanborn, it's a little bit more difficult to pull that off, so we'll see if we can. For now, Gate Expand, Standard Opener out of Nightmare. Likewise, Hatch Gas Pool. Nikic is not going for anything too crazy early on. Here we go. Here we go. As we are going to be settling down. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. Catching up the chat. Yo, I see the other Zerg players reacting. See Rex. I see Demi as well. Senor Demi. Get that going. So, yo, Demi, what are you playing? It's the Demi. Rex as well. Next week. Playing Tuna Cup. As once again going to be a Stargate open out of Nightmare. He has yet to deviate. Every game so far has been Stargate into Oracle, into a third base, into +1 and Blink. It's been the same build every game so far to Nightmare. We'll keep an eye on him though. We'll keep an eye on him. Likewise, Nikic getting into his own third, droning up. We're not staying in gas, no early lair or anything crazy like that. Just kind of calming down and easing into the ace match. Again, I'm more than happy to see that it is an ace match here, that we're going all the way to game 3. Nikic already achieving more than at least I thought. Can he go even further? I want to believe. That first Oracle's on the way. Overlord is going to be able to dip in and confirm. Should be able to get confirmation. And from here, really, I'm just curious to see if Nightmare does go for an earlier Twilight Council. That's really what I'm kind of keeping my eye out for. Earlier Twilight Council. Maybe we skip the Forge, head towards Glaives. Nightmare has been one to spice things up. As the third base is being taken, the Overlord does confirm the Stargate. Oracle's already moving out. Nikic is getting ready. Oracle getting live, not even. I was gonna say getting liver, but the Queen's thrown away the Oracle. Energy is wasted, and so far, so good. Nikic is holding and just droning. Just happily droning up. Saturating his bases. Queens are getting in position. We have a Spore in the main. And we have a Spore already ready at the natural. Third base a little bit more exposed, but that's why we have 3 Queens. Oh, and Nikic even getting a third Spore. Interesting. Usually at this level of play, we skip the third Spore just to be a little bit more efficient and more economic. For Nikic to invest into that Spore shows us that he's trying to play very safe. Very safe play here at a Nikic. It is a little bit inefficient, but safe nonetheless. It makes sense, especially if he does fear the aggression of Nightmare. We have seen Nightmare pop off. It was in game 1. Game 1 when Nightmare, he just pulled Nikic apart. And it was terrifying. Terrifying what Nightmare did accomplish in that first game. It is understandable. So that's a takedown to Tumors. Nightmare rotating around. There's +1 on Blink on the way. Again, it's been the same build so far, the same follow-up, just standard play out of Nightmare. And we do get 1 drone, but only the 1. So far, Nikic able to keep up. Does keep up, does get quite a bit of damage on one of those Oracles. Behind this, we have a Gateway Explosion. Once again, it is a 6-gate follow-up. We have 4 gates in the main, 2 gates at the natural, 6 gateways in total. Ooh, but Nightmare's taking a lot faster. Okay, we have a pretty big deviation. So, with this tech, it looks like Nightmare isn't going to be as aggressive. He isn't going to invest too heavily into his Stalkers initially. And he's working already on Colossus. Interesting. I imagine Colossus, not Disruptor. Nightmare does lay his 4th for this. Just taking up towards splash damage. Meanwhile, at the same time, Nikic this time not going into Mutas, which I appreciate. The Mutas, it took them quite some time to really get some damage done and really pay for themselves. It is going to be Ling into Hydra. And the Fast Infestation Pit, this should be to rush into Hive, to rush into Lurkers. So much earlier Lurker tech here from the Zerg player. The Oracles, they do scout the Hydra Den. Very nice, very nice scout there from Nightmare. Is aware of what's going on. And that might be a tell to be a little bit more active or to tech up. We have options. Second Robo. Okay, second Robo is on the way, so Nightmare is working towards double Robo, double Colossus production. This will be Colossus into Immortals. So this is going to be a very strong timing here with with 2 and then 4 Colossus. Nightmare is building up. At the same time, Lurker Den. We already have the Lurker Den on the way, and we need those Lurkers ASAP. It's going to be really, really clutch, kind of the timing here between Nightmare having Colossus and Nikic having Lurkers. We'll see who hits first. See who kind of reaches their final form and who can move out. We can see Nightmare taking a pretty big defensive stance, throwing down the stasis traps. Lings, they hit the 4th, and we force a cancel. Big pickup. And Nightmare out of position. We cancel the 4th base. Lings, to get the hell out of here. Oh, I say that. Did lead off too many Lings. A lot of Lings going to be going down. Meanwhile, the Hive is done. Vipers are on the way. The Lurkers on the horizon as well. And Nikic, he's made it. We've made it to Lurkers. We've reached the promised land. Oh, a bit of a misclick there. Basically, we selected all the Lings instead of all the Hydras, so a bit of a misstep there from Nikic. It does actually waste a lot of gas. Oh, that actually was impactful. So we have 4 Lurkers on the way. Lurkers were delayed as well. Here comes Nightmare pushing in. Reach our first 2 Colossus. Lurkers are ready. Observer, likewise, does spot the Lurkers. Nightmare is aware. Do you have an Overseer? Boiling Hydra on the way. Nightmare rotating over. The Observer is spotted.
Swarm forces under attack.
We focus it down. Big pickup. But we have Revelations. We have the Oracles. We have Revelations behind this. We still have detection. And that is going to be a big reveal here on the left-hand side. Nightmare rotating around. Snipes an Overseer. More Vipers on the way. Wait, did we? Oh, that was the Viper being sniped. Oh, that's brutal. The Viper went down. Nikic bleeding off some Lurkers. Lurkers go down. Overseer as well. And Nightmare just picking away at Nikic. At the same time, though, Nikic going for a Ling run by, but we are ready for this. We have Zelts in position. 5th base is going to be cancelled. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. The Lings, they try to head to the 3rd. Stasis traps will be shutting Nikic down. And Nikic, he's in trouble. He lost the base. Ling Rabbi didn't do much. But Nightmare does turn around. Thankfully. Nightmare turns around. And Nikic has some breathing room. You can take a moment to breathe. Oh, we're getting into Massive Mortal. Shields are triggered. That might be impactful. Once again, Revelation on the Lurkers. Do we have any Vipers? We have 3. They're gathering energy as we speak. Without Vipers, we can't really engage this. Do you need them? With Vipers, we can abduct. There are no High Templar with the main army, so no feedback potential. We could try to snipe with with the Stalkers. But for the most part, the Vipers have a lot of potential. And we're pushing in. Show us the yoinks. We throw down the Blinding Clouds. We're yoinking 2 Colossus, but it's not going to be enough. 1 Colossus goes down. Do we get the other? We do not. Yeah, just a really chaotic fight out of Nikic. Not ideal. Oh my god, the spine shots. The Lurkers. Calm down. Massive Lurker shots going up. Nikic, he's holding his own. But again, the fight was chaotic and we bled out a lot of our Vipers. We have 1 left and we're not replacing it. 1 Viper gathering energy. Hydras, they're pinned back home. These Lurkers are looking a bit exposed. Ooh. Storm going up. Ling run by. Does get spotted. Nightmare is aware. Yeah, we have more cannons, more shield batteries on the way. Zealot run by, likewise spotted by Nikic. He does respond. Nightmare does have his fleet beacon. Mothership is on the way. No Skytoss yet. We're getting there. We'll sell it right on the right-hand side. Hits the hatchery. Hatchery will fall down. And Nickish does need to hold on to one of these bases. Like, Nickish, he's on an even base count with the Protoss, which is never something you want to see. Yeah, Lurkers, they're going to be collapsed upon. We have to retreat. Quick reaction out of Nickish. Does pull away. Has the high ground. Clutch transfuse. Hatchery's getting up and running. We need static defense. Like Nickish, he has 6,000 minerals in the bank. We need spine crawlers. What I'm referring to, without static defense, like these Zealot run-bys, they can keep getting out of hand. So static defense is ideal just to buy time. Similarly here to like the cannons for the Protoss. No bailing speed. We just realized. Bailing speed has started. We're trying to keep up. Viper coming in. We get an Immortal. Not bad. Ooh, big storm though. Second Immortal falls. First storm did a lot of damage. Nice. Bailings were in position. Nickish ready for the Zealot run by this time. I'm still really concerned about the lack of static defense. Very concerned. It means that if we're ever out of position, those Zealots, they're gonna go ham. They're gonna wreak havoc. Router production has begun. Greater Spire on the way. Nightmare gets a 5th, so does Nickish. The run by is ready to move out. Nickish pulling away. Bleeding up Queens. Ramen moving in once again. We do leave some Lings in position, but without any Banelings, it's going to be a tough hold. Broodlord's on the way. Zealots have arrived. Very little creep to work with. We have to respond with the Lurkers. That does create an opening. And we're pushing in. Just some Lurkers. Nickish does hold. Still a very tense situation. Carrier production has begun. So even though we have Broodlords, which is cool. Oh, are we overmaking Broods? We are. That's going to be a lot of Broodlords. Which means they have that much less Corruptors. Massive stasis. Does go up. Broodlords reveal themselves. Nightmare is aware, and we're banking up carriers. We have 3 carriers already, soon to be 6 carriers. Uh-oh. And Nickish, I don't think he's quite ready for this. I'm liking the Lurker counterattack just because this may free up supply. Lurker's pushing in.
Swarm forces under attack.
Carriers yet to fully be revealed. But the game may end quite quickly from here. Oof. Yeah, massive storm on the army. Immediately, Corruptors are on the way. We are making Corruptors. We need time. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Lurkers have been cleaned up. Nightmare defends. Nickish double expanding. Our creep is lacking. These bases are so vulnerable. We'll see if we can get them. Yeah, Spores on the way. 15 Corruptors as well. Nickish now aware that he needs as many Corruptors as he can get. Now, what's scary is that these bases are quite fortified. Like, unlike the previous game on Alkyone, where Nickish was denying the 5th, Nightmare, he's happily on 5 bases. He's getting a 6th base as well. Like, Nightmare has an economy. He has a bank. That's something that he didn't have last game. Oh, we catch out the Hydras. Hydras are going down. Nightmare pushing forward. Nickish rocking on with his Corruptors. Bad start. Seer goes down. They'll run by the right hand side. Going for the base. I believe the base should fall. Only 3 Zealots, but yeah, they're gonna whittle away at that hatchery. And there's not much to respond. I just rotate over, but the base, it's gonna go down. They pick up. sure he gets cleaned up. Nikish, he needs extra gases. Like, right now, we have a mineral bank. We don't have a gas bank. Nightmare actually with more gas than Nikish. So Nikish is in a rough position. I would favor Nightmare 100%. Like, he's on a comparable base count to Nikish. Yeah, just even bases. Larger bank. And a more efficient army. Nikish can still take a bit of fights, but it's not going to be easy. I would like to see a Baneling run by. Lords have to pull back. Ooh, massive storm! Oh my god. We sit in the storms. Corruptors, they take a lot of hits. They take a lot of the storms to the face. Still making 3 more carriers. Viper's regathering energy. Force everything over. How many High Templar? We have 5 High Templar. It's at least 5 storms. More cannons, more shield batteries on the way. Let's go. Nightmare, can we engage? Doesn't quite get the carrier. Once again, the storms, they zone him away. Lurker's not quite in position. We see Links collapsing in. Massive storms on the Corruptors once again. We're going for the dive. Yeah, bit of a Hail Mary play. Does go for the power bomb. It looks like we will clean up the Sky Toss. Interceptors get cleaned up. We shut down the carriers just barely. We should be able to shut them down. It's going to be close. Yeah, every carrier is falling, but the Corruptors are so low. The Archons, they go ham. There's still two carriers left. And the ground army breaks through. A very chaotic fight. And the Lurkers, they weren't a part of it. If only. Getting into Ultras, okay. Ultra Corruptor. I mean, we're down to 2 carriers. We don't need that many Corruptors. And with Ling Ultra, we can break through this. Do we have kindness plating? We do. We do have kindness plating. The Immortals are going ham. Yeah, they shut down the initial Ultras. Now, upgrades not ideal. +3 melee still on the way. I believe we have +2 carapace. Am I blind? Do you have +0? Uh-oh. Yeah, the Ultras did melt. We're at least able to go for a run by. Not bad. We'll deny base. Base is denied. Nikish is running out of gas. That's what I mentioned earlier. Yeah, Nightmare remaxes. Nikish kind of does. But not with the most ideal army. Ultras setting up first round. Could try to collapse on this. Trying to bait the army in. Nightmare rotating on the right-hand side. Does expose some of these bases, but oh god. Like, how do we punish this? You don't? We're gonna try to. Yeah, we collapse on the base. We're gonna be trading a base for a base. We do force a recall. Carriers do make it back. Ultras have to retreat. Nikish bleeding off a lot here. Bleeding off Lurkers, bleeding off Ultras. And Nightmare, he wants to take the fight. He can and he will. Bleeds off carriers, but Nightmare, he doesn't care. He has an overwhelming ground army. And Nightmare, I think he's done it. I think he finally has done it here. He shuts down the Ultras, shuts down the Corruptors. And we can keep pushing. Nightmare still maxed out. Nikish falling behind in supply. Do have a line of Lurkers to work with, but it's going to hold the line, at least initially. But Nikish, he's just zoned away from his own mining base. And we're pushing in. And now with Mass Archon, oh my god. Storms in the back line. Stopping the lurkers. I mean, it was an intense back and forth, and Nikishi had his own moments, but he has been outscaled. We mentioned before, but Nikishi was unable to deny these fringe bases. He was unable to deny the mining. Unable to stop the economy of Nightmare. And likewise, Nikish unable to get his own up and running either. And in the long run, Nightmare was just that much more efficient. Could afford that many more trades. And fun fact, there's no anti-air here. Yes, there's no anti-air. The one lone carrier. Hydras are coming in. Nikish, he's remaxing with Lynx. That's all he can really afford. Oof. Yeah, the swarms are brutal. Nikish, he will deny the 7th base, but Nikish, he's down to 1 base economy. Like, top right, this is the only mining base left. And Nightmare has done it. Master Smash is going up. You better be careful. Civ Lurker Shelter even. Yeah, the final mining base goes down. Hatchery falls. Nikish trying to zone the army back. I mean, the Broodlords can do well for themselves. Wait, yo, the Broodlords! Force a recall. The Brood spot. Let's go. How many carriers do we have? Only 1 and 3 Tempest. So with the help of the Broodlords, we can actually break through some of these bases. As I say that, we're getting into Tempest production, so we're getting ready for the Broods. We're now prepared for them. This base is going to go down. Nightmare ignoring the army, just going for a base trade. And going for a straight up base trade. Nikish, long distance mining. Has no longevity in this. Has no economy. Nightmare knows that. Denying a base. Nikish has to keep pushing. At the same time, Zealots break into the natural. And the Broodlords do turn back around. He finally brought down a base. Denies +2. Tonight +2. Nikish has to back off. Ooh, cleaning up some ultras. Drops as they try to come in. They get bullied back. Did you get links into the main? The cracklings. They cracked. They get cleaned up. And Nikish, he gets some damage done, which is nice, but again, he just can't fight this head on. The problem here is that Nikish cannot take a head on fight. He knows it. So he has to avoid it for as long as he can. Backing off, attacking these fringe bases. And Nightmare, he's gotten to like the ideal army. Like, this is what you want in the late game. Tempest, High Templar, Archon Immortal with the Mothership. Like, Nightmare, he's reached his final form. And Nikish isn't quite there. Yeah, Zealot counterattack, 20 drone kills. 20 workers go down. Down to 19. And the Tempest, they can just pick away at this army. For as long as they so choose. Oof. And Lurkers get shut down, and now we're coming in for the final fights. I mean, we barely have anything left from the side of the Zerg. We just mow our way through. GG gets called, and Nightmare will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Nightmare will take it. Very, very tense game between Nightmare and Nikish. And again, Nikish had his own moments, but in the grand scheme of things, Nikish was unable to deny the bases of his opponent and was struggling to take his own. Over time, Nightmare just had a larger bank to work with. He could afford trades. Meanwhile, the Zerg player could not, and over time, it was a bit of a battle of attrition there, and Nikic did fall apart, and Nightmare was able to thrive. Congratulations, Nightmare will take it, but a shout out to Nikic because, hey, we forced the ace match, and even in game 3, didn't look too bad at all. Not look too bad. So GG, well played. Congratulations, Nightmare. Nightmare will advance to the grand finals, but not in the way that we thought he would. Again, shout out to Nikic. Was looking impressive here tonight. Did look impressive. And we are getting ready for our next series. We are getting ready for our next series here. Do need a moment to set things up, but we have the lower semifinals. Geralt and Nickrat were patiently waiting. They were patiently waiting here for us. Go. It is going to be a PvT between these two lovely players to determine who faces off against Nightmare in the finals. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Will be a Protoss or a Terran. Just waiting for our players to get ready. Then we can jump in. That initial Ultra Remax was a cry for help. Yeah, it was don't have to talk about it. It's fine, it's fine. Here we go. Looks like our players are ready. We have our vetoes done. We have our lobby, and we're jumping into... Oh, we're soon to be jumping into our next semis. Here we go. Here we go. But yeah, if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open, so you can soon place your bets on who you think will make it through. On paper, I think I do favor Geralt, but at the same time, Nickrat has been improving. Nickrat, he has been improving so much over the past couple of months. Been looking so very impressive, so it could honestly go either way. I would love to see an ace match. I would love to see a game 3, but it's up to our players here, as we're jumping into Oceanborn as game 1. Have you noticed that the GG emote is incidentally called 4GG? It is. Lovely. Here we go. We're getting into our second semifinals of the night, of the tournament, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss, the blue Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will be our next finalist. We have Nightmare lying in wait. And who's going to face off against him? A Terran or a Protoss? Nickrat or Geralt? Up to you to decide. Predictions open. Best of luck. Geralt of Rivia? See. Here we go. As we were able to feature Nickrat earlier today against Eba, and Nickrat, he looked like a beast in TVZ against Eba, but how does he look like against Geralt? That is the question. For now, Probe is moving out. Geralt going for his Probe Scout. Meanwhile, it's going to be a double gas opener out of Nickrat. It's going to be double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. A little bit tech heavy out of Nickrat, and this could lead into a couple of different things. This could lead into a Widowmine drop, this could lead into earlier Cyclone production, or Reactored Reaper Hellion into a Hellion drop. We have options. Nickrat does have options, aggressive options available to him. We'll see what direction he takes us in. And we'll see if Geralt can keep up. We shall see. There we go, the factory is on the way. Technically, this could even lead into a one-base all-in. If we were casting Gumiho or Oliveira, I'd be like, that'd be a possibility, but nowadays one-base all-in's a lot rarer amongst the rest of the Terran populace. Should be expanding. Geralt does hide the probe, does keep it hidden from the Reaper. Reaper moves out for a scout. And the probe sets up a proxy pylon. Oh my god, Geralt, calm down. Is on the way. Reaper moves out, so gets eyes on the setup, on the expansion. CC's on the way in the high ground, and Nikrat is getting into a 1-1-1 follow-up. Now, despite the proxy gateway of Geralt, because of the CC on the high ground, it is safe and sound, won't be delayed, will not be touched. Geralt does confirm. Reaper backs off, yet to confirm the opener, yet to confirm the tech, or the lack of tech. See where Geralt takes this. When it comes to the opener of Nikrat, we're getting into interesting Cyclone production earlier on. Medevac is on the way, so it looks like we're setting up for a Cyclone drop. Reaper still being active. Geralt does throw down another gateway. So we have 2 gateways at home. We have a 3rd gateway across the map. Very aggressive start here out of Geralt. Does delay his tech for this. Does delay his tech. Expansion's being taken. Twilight Council now on the way for Blink, I imagine. It'll take a while to really embrace that, though. Geralt does move out with his initial gateway army. At the same time, Nikrat going to be meeting it. And Luna be more proactive. The Cyclone has arrived. We get that lock on, but here come the flanking Stalkers. And Nikrat, he's getting caught out. Well, who catches who? Cyclone falls. We stay out of range of the mine. Oh, I spoke too soon. Take down the Stalker. Widowmine will evacuate. Will barely get away. We see Geralt still reinforcing. Yeah, reinforcing with more Stalkers. Trying to break through. Yeah, just hyper-aggressive here out of Geralt. Behind this, Nikrat now into his own tank. His tank has arrived. Boys have been pulled to repair. Medevac still going straight for the tank. And the tank is going to go down, but we take down so many Stalkers in the process. Oh, was that worth it? I mean, 3 Stalkers do barely escape, but that was how many? That was 4 Stalkers. 4 for a tank. Now, what's important, with the tank count staying low, that will delay the push. That does mean that Nikrat is stuck on 2 bases a little bit longer. And Geralt, he's doubling down. Oh my god, not just going towards Blink, going towards a Dark Shrine. Again, very aggressive here out of Geralt. He is taking a 3rd. He's rushing into that 3rd base. Stalkers do threaten the natural. That does keep Nikrat contained. Meanwhile, with that 1-1-1, Nikrat did embrace a Banshee. Is not going for a Cloak. Just a single Banshee. And we get quite a bit done. 2, 3 probes going down. Yeah, nothing at home to defend. This is getting so much done, actually. Lost mining time and 6 probes. 7 probes even. 8. Can we get 9? Can we get 10? Oh, we barely can. 10 probe kills for a lone Banshee without even Cloak. Very impressive. With that, Nikrat does take an economic lead. Up in workers plus mules. No 3rd CC. Bear that in mind. Not yet. We should soon be seeing one. We have Stim, we have Combat Shield. Sorry, we have Stim, we have +1. Dark Shrine just finished up and DTs are waddling in. No turrets. Do we have a scan? We do. We have 1 scan, but the DT gets away. Does barely slip away. There we go. 2nd stand. That's all we had left. Just the 2 scans. Turrets being thrown down. And this is going to keep Nikrat pinned. Oh. Nice dodge on the Widowmine. Widowmine pulls back. Well, the Dark Templar has morphed in. Nikrat going for the drop. I believe the gateway did spot it. Geralt rotates. And Nikrat, he races back. Races on back. And so far, Geralt, he's done a great job at containing his opponents. Like, Nickrat, he's just been stuck at home the entire time. Wanted to go for a drop play long ago, but has been stuck. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? No third. Still no third CC. The upgrade's about to finish up, and we may just pull the boys. It's going to be risky going for a 2-base all-in against a player with Dark Templar. It feels very risky. We'll see if we pull the boys or if we just get a third CC on location. Okay, Dustin forward. As the army moves out, DT is moving in. And Nickrat is committed. Doesn't pull the boys with this, but, I mean, there's no third CC behind this. There we go. Third CC now starting up quite late. This move out designed to bring down the third, but we have so many charge lots. Charge is done. We focus on the Stalkers. Geralt, a bit of miscontrol. A lot of Stalkers do go down. Zealots, they collapse on the army. The mine shots! Ooh, big mine connections on the Zealots. And we can bring them down. The tanks do tank some shots, and it looks like we should have enough. Just barely. Especially with the help of the DT. Geralt does hold. Nice target firing on the Stalkers. Very nicely done. Behind this, the gateway gets shut down. One of the last Stalkers falls. And we do end up trading here. The problem is that Geralt, he's on 3 bases and now taking a 4th. He's getting a 4th base. Nickrat still on 2 bases. This third was so late, so delayed. And ideally, we wanted to get some economic damage done, but we didn't. Now we're getting ready for our second wave, our second push. Oh boy. Now once again, we're looking to do more than just trade with the main army. The Stalker count is low. And there's no storm. Nickrat, he can break through this. We can come in. Okay, we scan the main army. Oh. Hopefully everything's okay. I think I just got a lag spike there for a moment. Yeah, mine shots going off on the Zealots. We do rotate over. Deny the 4th. 4th base is cancelled. If I do like too much, I will leave the game though. Just keep my eye on it. Okay, we're okay for now. As the bio army is going to be chased down, double jump towards the north. And Geralt, he will hold. Was forced to cancel the 4th base, but not much more than that. Nickrat though does have the supply lead. Storm is done. Storm is now done. And the jumping comes back in, going for another cancel. Catching out the Stalkers. Not bad. Yeah, Blink is on cooldown. We're going for the pylon. Alas, it's 2 pylons. Warpin will finish. We cancel the base. We cancel the Nexus. And Nickrat, he loads up. He gets the hell out of there. Jumping towards the main. There's a Stalker in position. Like, Nickrat still has the army supply lead. Still can make some magic happen here. Oh, the mine shots. So far, nice spread, nice splits out of Geralt. He avoids most of the mine connections. That still bleeds out Zealots. And the Widow Mine count, it's so high. Yeah, the Widow Mines will borrow and show us the connections. Oof. Massive connections on the army. Drop coming back in. We're bleeding out though. Not enough left over. Geralt gets a decent storm. One more storm does connect. Oh my god. Massive connection on the army. Geralt reinforcing on the right hand side. Nickrat incorporating Ghost. He has EMPs. Has EMP potential. The army is spotted. Geralt at the same time can go for a counterattack. But do we respond? We're going for the counterattack. We do catch reinforcements. These High Templar one already get 1 storm, but just the 1. And ICMP, we focus out the Archons. A flanking storm does connect. And Geralt's going for a base trade. essentially ignoring the army across the map and pushing out instead. And do we have enough reinforcements? Nice EMP on the Zealots. Zealots force back. Oh my god, the storm is insane though. Oh my god. We cleaned up the Marines. Cleaned up the Marauders. Nigrak did deny the 4th. At the same time though, we're pushing into the 3rd. Oh, massive storm in the mineral line. 19 SCVs go down. And Nigrak, he turns back around. And we're trying to catch the army. I mean, there's barely an army to speak of. Nigrak doesn't need... we could have kept pushing. Could have tried at least. We've got immortal production. We have an overcharge. We're okay. Booker's force back. Widow mines are resetting. Nigrak's still pushing forward, and he has an overwhelming army. Storms have been the only thing keeping Geralt alive, and oh my, the storm is not bad. But there's only so much we can do with storms, as we do land the EMP. No more storms, no more Protoss. Nigrak, he sims on forward. Such an aggressive style here to Nigrak, and it was so risky, but he breaks through nonetheless. Robo goes down, GG gets called, and Nigrak takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Nigrak does take the game, does take a lead. Very intense back and forth here between Nigrak and Geralt. Again, for Nigrak to stay on a low economy for so long, there was so much pressure on him to trade and to get damage done, and he did. Was able to do so, was able to get worker damage, was able to deny bases. Time and time again, he did force a cancel, or did deny the 4th. And with that, Nigrak takes a lead. And can he take the series? He's 1 game away from doing so. Monomass is all he needs. Meanwhile, Geralt, he's up against the wall. Can he bounce back? I'm sure he can. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth once again, but we'll see. The pressure is on Geralt. Pressure is on. Here we go, we're jumping into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nigrak. Here we go. Again, Nigrak with a very aggressive style in that first game. Does barely break his opponent, barely does break his back, and able to take a lead in this series. But now we're loading into Amphion, a very different map. Amphion known for some more economic and greedier openers. We'll see if that's what we embrace here. So we load into Amphion. As a reminder, last game, Nigrak did open up double gas, and we're doing it again. Double gas opener out of Nigrak. I'm curious where this takes us. We have seen a lot of players try to go for Hellion drops on this map, just because of how large the main and how large the natural is. So you could try to go for some drop play and try to slip in. Otherwise, we'll see what Nigrak does attempt to embrace, as it can be quite difficult to be aggressive early on with Reaper Hellion. We'll see. Probe Scout is coming in, and Geralt will confirm. Goes in, gets eyes on second gas, does confirm the double gas opener. Is aware of the more tech-heavy style. And once again, it's going to be on this probe to hide, to escape the clutches of the Reaper, to stay hidden, and then to come back in for a scout. So the probe does skirt around the edge towards the right-hand side. Reaper will pop out, and Nigrak is just going across the map. Just heads across the map instead. Ignores the probe. Dip into the natural, in towards the main. Geralt is going to have to pull some of these boys so far. Not losing anything too much. Up! One probe goes down. One probe will fall. We're setting up the surround. And the Adept will get some extra hits in. It looks like we will shut down the Reaper. The Reaper falls. Big overextension by Nicaract. But behind this, we are going Reactor Reaper Hellion. Interesting. We don't see this too often on Amphion. The reason why is because you can wall off with a pylon. Like, it doesn't take long at all or much at all to wall off the Reaper Cliff here towards the natural. And likewise, it can be quite difficult to bust into the main with the high ground. And we'll see how hard we commit. Command center on the high ground. We're going to have double Hellion, double Reaper. And just two. Okay, just a pair of Hellions and Reapers. We're not committing any further. This is just to be active, just to get some scouting information. This could get into a mineral line and could kill probes, but that's a bit of a bonus. The Adepts are in position. Nicaract is going to try to break through. He will bring down the first Adept. Up! Oh, the Hellions are low. One Hellion goes down. So does the other. And we trade one or two Hellions for two Adepts. Not the worst trade for Nicaract. Doesn't quite get eyes on the tech. We can see Geralt going for a Stargate opener, not for Blink. Oh, Stargate was my apologies. Stargate was proxied. I was curious. I was like, where's the Oracle? Gets into the natural, but alas, the Oracle almost goes down. Oh my god, down to 4 HP. Despite the proxy, Nicaract was in position. Oh, the Reapers less so. Reapers are shut down. But that Oracle was a bit lackluster. Did kill some Marines, but for the most part, Nicaract does defend, going for a drop across the map, going for the Cyclone drop even. Uh-oh. And there's not much at home to defend. I'm a little bit concerned here. Just because, I mean, the Oracle is proxied, and the Oracle itself is quite low. Nicaract going for the mineral line. Going for the probes. We get one, we get two. 3 probes go down. Get the lock on the Adepts. Likewise, they can't really engage. Yeah, we just kite the hell out of the Adepts. Nicaract has so much micro potential with this. Denying so much mining in the main. Yeah, the probes have to be pulled away. We're now up to 2 Stalkers and a Phoenix. And now we can shut this down. The Phoenix locks down the Cyclone. The 5 probes, 6 probe kills. 7 probe kills. Now we can rotate back around. Going for the Oracle. We're going to get it. The Oracle falls. Once again, we just pick up, we head towards the natural. We can afford to lose this at this point. We know it's a lost cause, but we trade so well with it. And here come the reinforcements. Going for the lock on the Phoenix. Medevac goes down. Cyclone survives. And here come the reinforcements. Oh my god. And Geralt, he's in a lot of trouble. Barely has an army. Viking does land. And Geralt, he gets a Cyclone, but at what cost? He's down to 3 Stalkers. 4 Stalkers left. We focus on the Phoenix and tank will siege. We're getting within range. Massive tank volleys going up. And that's Nartosis Pylon. We have the overcharge with the Pylon. It's going to fall. And everything gets depowered. No Blink. No shield battery. Oh, that's so brutal. Blink was seconds away. It was so close. It's not going to finish. And Blink is going to be denied. We have a second tank arriving. I was hoping for a back and forth. I was hoping for an ace match, but Geralt, he's up against the wall. He's in a lot of trouble. And the Twilight Council falls. No Blink. No gateways either. Gateways are repowered, but they're still under fire. Are under fire. Only 4 Stalkers. We barely get 2 warp ins. And we're still just rallying. We're still just rallying across the map. Nicaract pulling back, actually. Gets the second gateway. Getting into the middle line. Probes are going down. Looks like Nicaract is a little bit paranoid about a counterattack, but honestly, he can just keep pushing. Little does he know. As he gets another 2 pylons. Stalkers, they try to dive in. Phoenix will lift up one of the tanks. And the other. Whew. Oh, we lose the Phoenix. Oh my god, the trades are still brutal. We get another 3 Stalkers. Oh my god, the efficiency. Man with gun. Who needs lasers? Imagine being like an ancient alien race up against man with gun. Nah, you can't stand up to this, papi. Let's go. As Nickrack has a massive lead. I mean, sure, Geralt, he saves the third, right? He saves the third base, and his worker count is okay. It's an okay probe count. The scary thing is, though, the army. The size of the army. We have Marines, we have Marauders, we have Widowmines, we have Stim. Combat Shields, not quite, but Stim. Concussive Shell and +1. No, we already had Combat Shields. Oh my god, it's already done. We have it, Bob. And here comes the second wave. Here comes the second push. As Nickrack, he was nowhere close being done. Takes down the Zealots, gets within range of the shield batteries. Mine shots going off. Remember, there's no blink. And no way to avoid those mine shots. Phoenix goes down. We're laying siege upon the base. And Nickrack could go into the natural, but he wants to cure damage. Kills the third. And drags the army within range of the mine shots. We could maybe try to force some friendly fire, but that's not going to happen. Up! Oh my god. Would you force friendly fire? Mine shot goes off on the army, but GG gets called, and Nickrack, he snowballs out of control, and Nickrack will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Just hyper aggression here out of Nickrack. Just refuses to back off, refuses to let up. And with that, Nickrack will take the series. My condolences to Geralt. Game one was a little bit more back and forth. Here in game 2, Geralt took a risk. We didn't really get to talk about it, but going for the proxy Stargate hurt us more than anything. If you remember, the initial proxy Oracle didn't really do any damage. We got 4 Marine kills. And because the Stargate was proxied, it meant that the Phoenixes took so long to get home. It took so long to defend with Phoenixes, with your production out across the map, which is kind of why Nickrack was getting so much done so quickly. The production was kind of all over the place, unfortunately for Geralt, just because of the build of choice, and it was a very haphazard defense, and it was so close as well. Like a couple more seconds, we would have had Blink. If Blink finishes, maybe it's a different game. Maybe Geralt defends more cleanly, and he expands, and he saturates his bases, and we get a game. But regardless, congratulations. Congratulations to Nickrack. We'll take the series, and we have our finalists. We have our grand finals. It is going to be between Nightmare and Nickrack. Let's go. Let us go. Getting ready for our best of 5 grand finals. Vetoes are going to be underway. And we have something else to do. We have something else ready for us. We're going to be jumping into a random raffle. Let's go. If you're wondering, what raffle? Well, what's going on? Can we win some money, papi? Oh, only if you played. Only if you played. We had plenty of players here tonight. We had how many players competing? We had 17 players in today's bracket. For those that are curious, players that did not compete are ineligible. What I mean by that, I don't know if you can see it on the bracket, but you can see that Abathur did not show up, so there was a walkover. So Abathur is not eligible for this raffle, but everyone else is. And what I'm referring to is that we have 5 USD. 5 USD set aside to randomly go to one of our players, to one of our participants in today's tournament. So we roll the dice, basically. We roll the dice. We have a list of players, we roll the dice, and one of these players is going to walk away a little bit richer. Just a little bit. Again, it's nothing major, but it's a nice way to kind of spread the love and spread the support. Our tournament is very top-heavy. Right now, because of our funds, we can only pay out top 2, first and second place. But, you know, that's why the random raffle is a way to just kind of spread the love a little bit and, you know, potentially give some money to someone who got knocked out in the first round, maybe a player in the top 8, or maybe even a player in the top 4. So, it is a way to spread the love. And if you want to help us grow our tournaments and help us grow the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you can do so via our Patreon. You can see there in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, just underneath the bracket. That is how much money we are currently getting from Patreon, and that is our current goal for the next kind of tier or the next stretch goal for Patreon. So if you're interested, you can check it out. You can support us there if you wish. Currently, our goal is to boost the prize pool, and I believe the goal after that is to spread out to be able to afford and to be able to pay out top 4 instead of just top 2. So we do have some stretch goals set up to pay out top 4 and grow the event and help support the players. It's all kind of laid out there if you're interested. Otherwise, it's raffle time. It's la rifa. That's what I meant to say. La rifa, papi. Let's go. Okay. So this week we have 17 players, and who's it gonna be? Who is this week's random raffle winner? One moment. Oh, I still need to invest into some drums, papi. I need to. And this week, congratulations to our random raffle winner. Congratulations to Praetor. GG, congratulations, Praetor. The Protoss player from Kazakhstan is gonna walk away a little bit richer with that 5 USD. Fun fact, Praetor got knocked out in the first round. I don't know if you can see, but Praetor went up against GG Machine in the round of 16. In the round of 16, went up against GG Machine, and GG Machine did bring him down 2-0. Did take the 2-0, but despite that, despite not taking a map, despite being knocked out in the first round, does walk away with some money. So if you want to be like Praetor, if you want to sign up and just earn a pizza, small pizza, depending on where you are, I don't know. But if you want to, earn some extra change, then we got you covered. We got you covered with the random raffle. Congratulations, Praetor. Congratulations. GG, Papa. GG. Congrats. Congratulations are just announced to the people. Praetor. Praetor is our winner. GG. Fun fact, Praetor was actually, I was actually having a small discussion with Praetor earlier, and he was letting us know that Praetor is like a new fan of StarCraft, a new viewer. He started watching in 2022. 2022, that's kind of even post-COVID. So, yeah, really cool to see. Always do appreciate whenever there's some newer people in the scene, and newer viewers as well. So big shout out to Praetor for earning that extra prize money. And now we're getting ready for the grand finals. Here we go. Let us scroll on over. It's going to be a PvT between Nightmare and Nikaract. And bearing in mind, Nightmare has already bled a little bit here. Nightmare did drop a map to Nikic and went all the way to the ace match against him in the semifinals. So Nightmare is immortal. He has been shown to bleed, but that was in a different matchup. To be fair, right? That was a different matchup, but can Nikaract make some magic happen here against Nightmare in a PvT in the finals? We saw some hyper-aggressive plays out of him in the semis. I want to see that against Nightmare. Show us what you got. Show us, Papi. Show us. Oh, wait, you're telling me Nikaract didn't actually win 99-0? Oh, he didn't. Oh, no. The jig is up. I'll take this moment to set up the predictions as well for the finals. Yo, I see Praetor in the chat. Let's go. Congrats, Papi. Congratulations. Congratulations. Now, our players are asking for a couple of minutes. They're asking for a couple of minutes here to kind of rest up, and they might be eating some food or might just be getting ready. So we're more than happy to oblige, but our players do need a couple of minutes to get ready for the finals. So we're going to be going on a short break. I just mentioned that if you want to support the tournament, you can do so via Patreon. You can also do so via Matcherino. Matcherino is a way to boost this specific tournament, the prize pool for STC 56. Otherwise, if you want to boost the prize pool of the entire tournament series moving forward, Patreon is the place to do it. The Patreon. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes with the finale. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brood War OST as we have returned with the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup 56. Oh boy, it's been quite a ride here so far. Again, we've had some upsets, we've had some insane matches here. Again, one of our players, our Terran, just brought down Geralt 2-0 in the semis. Likewise, we even had Nikic popping off earlier as well. It's been a wild tournament, but it all ends here. We have our top two, and if you are in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will be our champion. Again, this is a prediction for the series, not for the game. Predictions open. So best of luck in the chat, as spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our red Protoss player representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicorette. Let us go. Again, Nicorette, he popped off earlier against Geralt in this matchup in the PvT, and now we're loading into the same map that we just had, that we just featured. And I'm curious what Nightmare has in store for us. Oh my god, as we start off with a proxy. As amazing, as aggressive as Nicorette was in the last series, Nightmare is looking to meet that aggression with his own, with a proxy. Okay, let's go. We'll see if Nicorette can get a read on what's going on. We'll see if he can get a read on things, as we are going for a proxy gate. It's going to be one gateway back at home, one proxy across the map. With this, we should be going for a Zealot first, so the Zealot can walk across the map and meet up with the eventual Stalker and Adept aggression. Here we go, there we go, the first Zealot is on the way. Typically the way this works is we have a proxy, so we have one Zealot initially, then we make the Stalker across the map and we reinforce with an Adept, as the Adept can shade across the map and get across the map that much faster. Oh, economic opener. Rax expand. Single gas opener here at a Nicorette. It is very economic. As a result, we're working with that much less. On top of that, no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout, going for a Marine first. This is a greedy build out of Nicorette. Oh boy, and Nightmare is looking to punish the greed. He's looking to punish the greed. There's a Stalker proxied across the map. There's the Adept to race across with the Shade, as we did mention. It's a bit of a 1-1-1. Zealots, Adept, and Stalker all coming together, all looking to shut down the Natural. The Natural's halfway done. It is now halfway complete, and we don't have an army. We have one Marine. We have one Marine to work with. Nicorette in a bit of trouble. The SCV is going to be shut down. The command center is delayed, and we're not going to finish the CC. It's not going to finish anytime soon, at least. Boys are being pulled. Marine trying to hold the line. Zealot has arrived. Now Nicorette, I'm sure, is aware of what's going on, as here come initial units. We have our Adept, soon to be a second Stalker, and we're looking for a cancel, and we're going to get it. We're going to get the cancel. Adept even shades in. We shade into the main base. We threaten the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. The first SCV goes down. We get one. We get two SCV kills. And there's the cancel on the expansion. And just a really rough start here for Nicorette. Did gamble a little bit. I mean, both players did in a way. When Nicorette opened up economically, and Nightmare did look to punish that. And now Nicorette forced into a one-base all-in, essentially. It's a 2-1-1. We have a 2-1-1 setup, working towards Stim, working towards Medivacs. Now, Nicorette lost a couple of workers, that's true, but we maintained the army. Like, the Marine count is still looking solid. And we are building up, making 3 Marines at a time. We should be seeing an add-on swap here for Medivacs. And we'll see if Nightmare can survive the build here, the forced all-in, the forced aggression out of Nicorette. It is awkward though. Like, we don't often see 2-on-1s quite like this. And I believe Nightmare sees everything. Yeah, he sees the starport. Sees the researching tech lab as well. Back at home, we're working towards a bay. Now, I believe Nicorette is going to hit first. I believe Nicorette will hit before the first Colossus arrives, which is good. Which is good for the Terran. So there's a window where we can maybe break through. At the same time, though, we're probably going to have to engage with the Stalkers, of course, which will give Nightmare the time he needs to make the first Colossus. And the depot under fire. Marines trying to force back the army. And we're going for the drop. Risky maneuver here out of Nick Rat. Double jump across the map. At the same time, the main army is pushing forward. And does Nightmare realize what's going on? Does he realize that the army is missing? Yeah, SCVs are going down. Tank volley's going off. Oof. And we recall back home. Yeah, we recall just in time. Colossus, it's halfway done. And once a Colossus arrives, it's going to shut down the aggression. It's going to shut down the drop. It's almost done at this point. Reduce them up. Reduce them in. We get the shield battery. We deny the overcharge. Going for the Stalkers. We get one. We get two. Two Stalkers go down. Three Stalkers go down. We go for the mineral line. Pretty good damage. But here comes the Colossus. We have to respect it. We have to back up. The Colossus does stand strong. But Nick Rat does preserve most of his Marines. He lost 3 Marines. 3 Marines for 8 probes and a shield battery. Pretty good. Pretty good damage. Shield battery is being replaced. Nick Rat is completely all in. We don't really have that many SCVs to pull. I would love to see like us pull the boys, but at the same time, there's just not really much to work with here. Drop still being active. We will have combat shields. Working towards a second tank. And Nightmare is going to have 1 Colossus and 1 Immortal. Ooh, the supply block is real, actually. That's a pretty heavy supply block. Uh-oh. Nightmare, he hasn't noticed no pylons in production. Yeah, Nightmare focused elsewhere, and that's a big delay. This Colossus has been stuck for quite some time. Uh-oh. And here comes the push. And has the supply block killed Nightmare? Has it killed him? It's going to be close. We have an overcharge, though. Army stims forward. Yeah, we stim on forward, but there's not much to protect the Colossus. First tank does siege, so does the second. At the same time, Nightmare go for counterattack. The wall is wide open. Oof. The wall is open. Tank volley's going off. Adepts a shade into the mineral line. SCVs are going down, and Nick Rat, he was already all in. Second tank did unsiege. We get some hits off. The Colossus getting low. We get the Colossus. Colossus goes down. So does the Immortal. Do we have enough to break through? Looks like the second Colossus does barely finish. No, sorry, Disruptor even, not Colossus. Disruptor on the way. Boys are being pulled. Nova's going to be going off, and it does connect. It takes down the tank. But we can focus on the Stalkers. Nick Rat down to 3 Marines and 1 Marauder. He's running out of steam, running out of units. Reinforcements are on the way. Again, Nick Rat, he was so close to breaking Nightmare, but alas, Nightmare holds. And GG gets called. Nightmare will take game number 1. Whew. GG, a very intense game. GG, well played. Again, it was just really unfortunate in the early game where Nick Rat did open up Rax Expand, no SCV Scout, skipped the Reaper as well, so took a while to, I mean, we just had no read on what was going on. And Nick Rat, who was punished quite hard early on, did transition quite nicely into a 1-base all-in and did achieve quite a lot with it, but barely not enough. You know, we killed the Colossus, we got probe kills, but we needed more damage. Even with the supply block, Nightmare was able to hold his own. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Jumping into game 2. Let's go. Also, it slipped my mind, but I thought I'd already done it. A big shout out to Pecoeta, papi. Pecoeta did subscribe while we were on break. Thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months in a row. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you. It's thanks to the support that we get, not just on Patreon, but to the support that we get on Twitch and YouTube, that we're able to, of course, fund our events and host them as well. So we do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes down in this series, looking to bounce back. It is Nicaract. I want to believe. As I'm sure this time we're going to be able to ease into a much more standard game. You know, Nightmare popped off with the proxy in game 1. This time, I'm sure we're going to be able to settle into the mid-game and Nicaract would be forced into a 1-base all-in. I'm sure. But now, Gateway back at home. Probe is being sent across the map. This time, Nicaract going for a double gas opener. Makes sense. After what happened in game 1, likewise on Oceanborn, it is a smaller map. Known for more aggression, more so than Amphion. The Probe does go for the SCV, so fire being as annoying as possible. Gets extra shots up. Zealot first here out of our Protoss, okay. We may opt to cancel, yeah, we do cancel the Zealots, just in case there was some cheese, some shenanigans. Zealot is cancelled, and we are going to be embracing a standard opener. Nightmare going for a Gate Cyber Expand. Meanwhile, Nicaract going for a Rax Interfactory with the double gas. And with this, we can go into a 1-1-1. We can head into a Mind Drop, Cyclones, Reaper Hellion, Hellion Drop even. See where we're headed. Nightmare is pulling back. And Nicaract is expanding. Not going for a 1-1-1. Is taking a CC. On the high ground, just to be safe. Just to make sure we don't get harassed. And Nightmare is going for a Twilight Council opener. Okay, Twilight Council should be working towards Blink. Standard safe opener out of Nightmare. Likewise, Nicaract poking in, does confirm the tech, gets eyes on the Twilight Council, and will back the hell up. Will retreat. And back at home, it looks like we are setting up for a Mind Drop. Widowmine's on the way. Starport as well for a Medevac. The question becomes, do we go for a second Widowmine as well? Ooh, not quite. So just the one Widowmine into a Cyclone. So more of like a kitchen sink build. We have Marines, Widowmine, Cyclone. Should still be going for the Medevac, and we should be dropping across the map with a bit of everything. There is a lot of potential early on. Like Cyclones, we've seen them pop off. We saw that earlier against Geralt. I mean, it was a double Cyclone drop instead, but still they can be quite effective in the early game. And be quite effective. Natural's being taken, and Nicaract is going to be main nutting over. Initial Adept is under fire. Forced to back off. And how many gateways are we working with? Interesting. We have 2 gateways in the main. We have 1 gateway on the natural, so 3 gate blink out of Nightmare. Very safe play from our Protoss. The move out is spotted. And we do take down the Adept. Not bad. The Adept does fall. Strength rotating over. Getting on top of the Stalker. Shield battery is ready. We have the overcharge as well. Oh! Widowmine does borrow. And Nightmare not quite able to engage. And Blink finishing up in 5 seconds. With Blink, we can bait out the mine shots. Speaking of, Mine Shot is baited, Widowmine goes down, and Nicaract has to back off. Does have to retreat. Oh! Coming back around, catching a Stalker, but it's going to cost us everything. Not a worthwhile trade. Oh, that was 6 Marines and a Cyclone for 1 Stalker. Again, as we mentioned, it was a very safe opener from Nightmare. Going for 3 gateways. Had extra Stalkers. Nicaract going for a Raven drop or Raven harass. Going for the auto turrets. Back at home, we are set up on 2 bases. We have tanks, 1 in the main, 1 in the natural. We are pretty well positioned. Ready for the Stalkers. Raven into the main. And gets a probe, gets 2 probes. Even 3. Not bad. 3 probes go down. Nightmare has high ground vision, but he sees the bio army and he most likely won't dive. As we can see the 3-1-1 setup, the bio army does get out of position. The tank is exposed, and the tank will go down. Again, thanks to the observer, we did get eyes on the bio army. Did see the move out. Likewise, we're trading well against the Marine. Oh my god, the blinks. They're insane. That was 4 Marines going down, a tank for 1 Stalker. Efficient trades out of Nightmare back at home, expanding, taking his 3rd. Taking up towards Colossus. The bay is done. Sends double lance. Charge as well, and Nightmare, he's just settling into his mid game. Meanwhile, Nickrack, my eyes are really on our Terran player. How aggressive do we want to be? When do we throw down the 3rd CC? If at all. Auto Tower gets 2 more probes. We snipe the Observer. Not bad. Observer goes down. That means Nightmare is more in the dark. That much more unawares, and there it is, a 3rd CC on the way in the main. And thankfully for Nightmare, he has a backup Observer. 2nd Observer over the army. Nightmare, he sees all. Oh, this Raven. Getting 5 probes, 6 probes even. Not bad. Move out is spotted. Nickrack has to be very careful. Doesn't want to bleed out Marauders or tanks. Anything, really. Army blinks away. Nickrack keeps on pushing. Moving out. We're making our way towards the 3rd. Nightmare's in position. We already have 2 Colossus. The Colossus are spotted. The tanks do siege. And we collapse on the tanks. And Charge will take down the 1st and the 2nd tank. And Nightmare will shut this down. Nightmare, he was more than prepared. He's got his Colossus, Charge lots, 4th base is on the way, and Nickrack has to race back home. His force back. And Nightmare, he can keep pushing. Again, there's no more Colossus. The force fields. Oh my god, we locked down the army. GG gets called. Nickrack gets called out, and Nightmare takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Very impressive stuff there out of Nightmare. Again, able to just focus on the 1st tank, able to get map control, strip it away from Nickrack. And Nickrack, he just hasn't been able to freely get into his own build so far. Not yet in the series. Again, a very different dynamic to what we saw against Geralt, for example. Like Nightmare has just been so much so in the face of Nickrack, time and time again. It's been there to stop him, to slow him down. Now we're getting ready for game 3. I'm hoping for a back and forth, and Nightmare, he needs one more. One more game, and Nightmare will be our champion. And he was favored coming into this tournament, but we have seen Nightmare drop some maps. Likewise, Nickrack looks very impressive in the semifinals. Here against Nightmare, it is a bit of a different dynamic, but we'll see. We'll see how we embrace a larger map like Alcyone. We shall see. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Brodos player representing Bleed Esports. 1 game away from becoming our champion. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrack. He's up against the wall. He needs your support. He needs your NG in the chat to bounce back, to bring it all the way back here and to force an ace match. Can we pull this off on a larger map like Alcyone? Who do I favor? I mean, On the one hand, this can lead to longer macro games, true, but is that what Nickerack wants? Is that what Nightmare wants? Hello, Mr. Prude. What's going on? Uh-oh. We're setting up a proxy. Okay, a proxy right outside the natural of Nickerack. Bold move by Nightmare. Very bold move, going for the proxy. I imagine going to be a proxy gateway, so another 2-gate opener out of Nightmare. Hoping for a more economic build from the Terran, and that's what we're getting. Nickerack is going for a Rax expand. 1 gas in the main base, faster command center. Nightmare, he reads this well. It was a bit of a gamble. There's the gateway on the way. Gateway back at home. And I'm getting flashbacks of game 1 of Amphion. Basically, Zealot back at home, proxied Stalker, Adept back at home as well. We just race and send everything across the map, and the goal is to delay the expansion and to force a cancel. The goal here is to cancel the natural, and we saw that on Amphion, Nickerack, he was forced into a 1-base all-in. This time, Nickerack, he's going for a Reaper. This does mean that he can force at least the initial Adept to be kept back at home. We'll see. We'll see what we get done as the Reaper moves out and the proxy is not spotted. The Zealot is going to be a bit of a tell. Reaper does spot the Zealot, and we'll be able to dance against it. Oh, the KDH shot, let's go! Nice moves. The Zealot is delayed. At the same time, the Stalker has right to be focused on the first SCV, and we will delay the expansion. Reaper's racing back home. A Cyclone's on the way. Thankfully. And the base itself still with plenty of HP. Fighting against the Zealot. A second Stalker has arrived at death as well. And can we save the base? Can we save the expansion? As actually we're going to be focusing on the reactor. We're focusing on the wall up. First SCV goes down. Up. Second, third SCV as well. Don't pull away in time. But with the help of this Cyclone, we should clean this up. And we get the Zealots, followed by the Adept. Oh. Let's get away. Stalker's getting some big shots up here on the Cyclone. Cyclone's sustaining damage. Could you reinforce with another Stalker, another Adept? Oh, this is getting out of hand. This is becoming a bit much. The CC is still up, but for how long? And some boys are being pulled. We do repair the Cyclone. Now we defend. Whew, okay. We defend our natural. We're okay. We have our 2 Cyclones. Getting into the starport. We get the lock-ons on the Stalkers. Nice kiting out of Nightmare. But we should clean this up. Does cost us a Cyclone. Oh, and the second Cyclone as well. And barely was alive. Barely makes it. And Nickerack, he shuts down the proxy, shuts down the army, will expand, taking his natural. And this is a much better position compared to game 1. Remember, game 1 we were forced into an all-in. This time Nickerack, he holds. Does hold on. Does survive. Uh-oh, behind this aggression. The aggression does continue. Nightmare going for a 4-gate setup. 2 gateways finishing up, 2 more gates on the way. Into Blink, Immortal production as well. Now what's important is that this Twilight Council is delayed. Twilight Council has been delayed because of the aggression. Blink is going to be late as well. So Nickerack, we can pull this off. Oh my, we pull the boys, let's go! We're reinforcing with Banshees, with more tanks, and Nickerack, he's sending it across the map. And what do we have at him to defend? What do we have? No shield batteries, we have a pylon, we have an Immortal. Thankfully, a safety Immortal, right? The Immortal is on the way. That will help. But is it enough? It's going to be close. It's going to be close here. I believe we should have enough to protect the tank and to get on top of this. And Nickerack has arrived. No shield battery. Tank does siege. Boys are being pulled. We're going to have to kite back. The Immortal going straight for the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. The tank thereafter. Yeah, the Immortal does focus on both factory units we are holding. Again, so important that we have the Immortal, but it does cost us every single probe. 15 probes go down. Not too bad. We do deal quite a bit of economic damage, but what's important is that Nightmare does survive. And she's moving out towards the main. We have Stalkers and the Observer in position. Oof. Oh, the Banshee barely survives. Does get away. Second Banshee towards the natural. Last Nightmare in position. As the dust does settle, I mean, I have to give the edge to Nightmare. Nightmare's got charge, working towards DTs. That Arc Shrine is on the way. Nightmare is moving out. And we're ready for this as well. Stalkers at the natural. The Banshees, they haven't achieved too much. They do survive, but those were some big investments. And now that charge is done, we can collapse on this. Without Stim, this bio army is so fragile. Without a bunker, this tank is exposed. The Observer does confirm this, and we dive in. Nice split. We avoid the tank shots. The tank is going to go down. The Immortal, it brings it down immediately. The first tank falls, the second tank as well. And this is becoming too much already. 9 SCVs. We will clean this up, but these are workers that Nikrak could not afford to lose. Down to 27 workers. And the Dark Shrine, it's about to finish. It is about to complete. Now, thankfully, there's no War Prism, so we have to reinforce back at home. The Warp in at home instead. That is the saving grace here for Nikrak. Here come the DTs. Here come the Dark Templar. They're waddling across the map. Likewise, Nightmare getting ready to push in once again. We've been muling our hearts out. Because of the economic damage, because of all the SCVs going down, Nikrak does not have any scans. No scans available. No turret available. And the DTs, they may just end it here and now. We do have our first scan. Oh, and GG gets called. We're not ready. We don't have a second scan available. And Nightmare will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Nightmare will take it once again. And Nightmare, that step closer here to winning the most amount of Tuna Cups out of all the players in the world. He is that much closer. Currently, Cristiano holds the mantle of most Tuna Cup championships. But Nightmare, he's closing in. He's closing in on Cristiano. Likewise, Cristiano was not here this week. He was not here. Cristiano has 12 wins under his belt. Nightmare now has 6. Half the amount of wins, but he's catching up. Is catching up. Again, Cristiano was not here to try to take it to Nightmare or to try to vie for the throne as he has in the past. And what I will say, though, is that even though Cristiano wasn't here to stop Nightmare, we did have some players pop off. Like, I was still impressed. I was still very impressed here by some of the other competitors. Shout out to Nikic for forcing the ace match, going all the way to game 3 against Nightmare. And even not just Nikic, but shout out to D-Bath. A very unknown player. I've never casted him before, but I don't know if you can see there in the round of 16. Hold on. There we go. In the round of 16, Nightmare, he went to the ace match again in the round of 16 against a Protoss player in a PvP. So, you know, Nightmare was not untouchable, is what I should say. He was not untouchable in the round of 16, and in the semifinals, players did take maps, but not series. In the end, in the finals at least, Nightmare did pop off and did claim the win. GG, well played. Shout out to Nikrak for making it to the finals. Even though Nikrak struggled against Nightmare, credit where credit is due. Nikrak, he looked powerful against Geralt. And Geralt is no slouch. Geralt is one of the best Protoss players in Europe. In Europe, I would say Geralt is what, top 5? Top 5 in Europe? I would say maybe just under Cristiano and under Skillus and Showtime and Max, but outside of those players that I just mentioned, like, Geralt is up there. is up there. So yeah, very strong player in his own right. So for Nickrak to take him down 2-0 is very impressive. Likewise, Nickrak looked terrifying against Eba. He was hyper aggressive against Eba as well. So did well for himself. May not have beaten Nightmare, but took down some big names nonetheless. GG. GG, well played. And not just our top 4, but a shout out to, I mean, again, Geralt for making it to top 4, Nikish making it to top 4. Shout out to Praetor for winning the random raffle as well. You know, it's not easy, you know, rolling the dice and then winning the random raffle. So congratulations to Praetor. You can see here for winning the random raffle earlier over Shameless and Azura and Papa Panda and everyone else. And yeah, with that, GG. GG, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you all enjoyed the event. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves tonight with StarCraft, and I believe the night is still young. I believe the Esports World Cup closed qualifier is starting up in how long? An hour. In 1 hour's time, we have the Esports World Cup closed qualifier. Who is playing in that event? I believe... Who do we have? Showtime is going to be going up against Shin. Who's in the lower brackets? Let me just double check. It's Showtime, Shin, Lambo, Stats, Bunny, and Firefly. Oh boy, that's a lineup. Personally, out of the players that I just listed, personally, I'm cheering for Shin and Firefly. It's hard to say, but I'm a big fan of Shin. I'm a big fan of Firefly. I'm a big fan of Bunny as well. I would love to see them all do well for themselves, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I know that you know, Showtime and Lambo and Stats as well, they're all amazing players in their own right. It's gonna be amazing to see who makes it through, but it's only top 2. Top 2 make it out of the closed qualifier, and there are 6 players left. So you know, we do have to say goodbye to some of these players, and it's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be very cutthroat, between all of those players. So I wish them all the best of luck, to all of them, even those that I'm not necessarily cheering for. I mean, I still wish the best to Showtime, Lambo, and Stats as well, obviously. And how can you not cheer for them either, right? It's like Showtime had the run of his life in Home Story Cup earlier. Lambo, who's been a little bit more in the dark. If you remember, Lambo did not play in Home Story Cup, as Lambo was on vacation. So Lambo's current form was a little bit more in question, but the reality is that everyone has been working towards the Esports World Cup. It is the Grand Finals, the World Finals for StarCraft, so everyone is in form, and Lambo can definitely pose a threat to his competitors. Likewise, Stats has been improving so much over the course of the year. Post IEM Katowice, Stats has really leveled up. Yeah, wish them all the best. Wish them all the best. But now, though, we're wrapping up. We are wrapping up our broadcast, we're wrapping up our tournament. And who do we send our love to here? Who do we raid? Who do I see live? I see Gemini. GGE Mini. I do see Gemini. It looks like he's currently casting the All Things Team League, ATL. I don't know what ATL is, I'll be honest. But he's casting a team league of some sort. Casting a team league. So yeah, we may as well raid Gemini. Who else is streaming? I think mainly Gemini. Also, I see Hurricane. He's covering his Japanese tournament. We'll send it to Gemini. Send it to Gemini. If you were watching over the weekend, we casted Gemini play against Trap. We saw Trap step on Gemini, and he liked it. He liked it. He loved it. It's beautiful. So we'll send him some love. We were having fun with Gemini earlier. So yeah, with that, thank you for watching. Thank you so much for the support. If you want to help support us and support this tournament, then Patreon. Patreon is the place to do it. As we switch our scenes over. You can see here, just underneath Nickrak's name, that is our current amount that we gain through Patreon. That does fund our tournament, and you can see our goal as well for the next kind of tier, for the next milestone, to boost the prize pool and to grow our events. Our goal, or at least my goal at least, is to help grow the event to pay out top 4. Currently, top 2 do earn prize money. I would love to pay out top 4 and to spread the love even further. So yeah, help us grow our Patreon if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. Our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be live with the, I'm going to say the Esports World Cup, with ESL Open Cup Asia. ESL Open Cup Asia is going to be tomorrow. ESL Open Cup Americas is going to be on Tuesday. Then we have the Kung Fu Cup on Wednesday. WTL comes back over the weekend. And Cheesadelphia is on Sunday as well. And I believe we're going to be a part of that. Say goodbye to my sleep schedule. Say goodbye. I'm going to have to get in touch with the organizers. But I believe Cheesadelphia is on the horizon. So we'll be all over that. All over it. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings, if you're interested. ! Socials. Otherwise, check us out over on YouTube. We do stream on both platforms, on Twitch and YouTube. And our VODs are available on YouTube immediately. So if you're one to watch VODs, we got you covered on YouTube. We got you covered, papi. Otherwise, I'm so tired. I apologize if you heard me, like, you can even hear it now. I'm like slurring my words a little bit. That's me being sleepy, so I'm a little bit tired. I'm gonna go and get some food and get some rest. It's 11 p.m. here in Australia, 11 p.m. And I'm on a regular sleep schedule at the moment, so it's late. It's late. But I'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Asia. I'll see you tomorrow for ESL Asia, and let me know how the closed qualifier goes for EWC, because I'm probably not going to be able to watch all of it. I'm probably going to fall asleep like halfway through, so I'll try and stay up and watch as much as I can, but yeah, let us know what you think and how the rest of it goes. Otherwise, see you next time. See you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.